Howdy. How's everybody doing? Let me get some... Didn't start the music. Hang on. What's up, Sna? Sirinth? Dargath? Wanigal? Am I saying that right? What went? How you guys doing? Oops. Clicked on the wrong thing. Gilla. There we go. I don't know if I've seen you obviously in Discord a bunch, but I don't know if you popped into stream too much, so I haven't remembered or not remembered, but said your name. Hey.
A loving robot is raiding with 117 viewers.
Oh, did that sound like it came through twice? Oh boy. No troll feet. What is happening? I don't hear any sounds except your voice. Yeah, I'm trying to get music going right now. I guess I need to look into the alert sounds. Let me see. Okay. Can you guys hear the music?
Hype.
Oh, shoot. Might be a little bit quiet. Yes, but very low? Okay. How's that? Let's keep it a little bit low. Jeepers creepers. Everyone's hitting me with primes right now. Thank you, everybody. Or just resubs and everything. I was not prepared. And think you come in so hot, guys. Jeez. Darkwind, Rexicon. Thank you for the follows. Wicked thank you for the... Hey, there you go. So I redid some stuff with the stream setup, so we got the cool video clip things. Hopefully those come in, because I spent time getting those working, but I guess the alerts and stuff.
Just gifted 5 subs.
I didn't sort out the alerts apparently. Hang on.
I'd buy that for $1.
Okay, I think maybe the alerts will make sounds now. Hopefully it doesn't come in double. Yeah, thanks for all the subs, guys. I can't even keep up. You just like hit me with a bunch of stuff real quick there. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the raid, Sean. I missed most of your stream because you started really early for me. Yeah. So, what are we doing today? Getting my shit together. Kinda unacceptable. Yes. Sorry, it's your fault that I am on such a weird schedule. Why don't you just live in a different time zone, bro? It's throwing me off. Staying up late to talk with you, and then I sleep in, and then you wake up early and you start your streams, and I'm just like, rude. So, but anyway, I was thinking about, I think I got the, other than the hair for the lady Deep Gnome, I still need to figure out how I want to do those, lay that shit out. I feel like I'm good on UVs. I'm cautiously optimistic that I've done them right. So I'm thinking maybe we could start texturing this guy a little bit. What is this? It's that ear, nose. Okay. So I'm gonna export this. Actually, let me just take a second look at this skirt real quick. Just to do a little quickie double check here. Oh. Oh, shoot. Glad I did that, actually. Okay, we got a couple little issues here. Maybe we can sort them out. What's your thinking on skin colors for these goobers? According to the concept art, they are of grayish blue skin tones. Let's pull that up. We've got just a range of grays pretty much for them. So that's what we're shooting for. They already worked it out. Yeah. Any hair color blue? Yeah, actually, that's one thing that I don't know. For the hair color, this is all I have. So obviously we're gonna go with a black. I think a gray. We could try a gray. I think it depends on how stuff looks against their skin color, I guess. But I mean, I think like a black and a gray. I think I could see kind of a blue, like a grayish blue kind of thing going on for their hair color as well. But haven't really, no one's really said anything about that, so I'm not totally sure. Let me see if I can even this out, though. That's what I want to do right now. How about pink? Are you gonna make another? If I do a pink, are you gonna make like another Chet character? Your answer will determine my answer, John. Looks like my entire workday all will be watching Eminem streams. Yeah. We'll see how long we go today. This could easily be a long stream. See if I can get these little squares all the right size. Let's make these a little bit bigger. No, because I'm not a halfling. You have another Chet-like character, right? Like Chet's got to have a girlfriend, right? Chet would totally date a Deep Gnome. I just doesn't really do it. We'll keep those like that. Sounds like new Doritos flavor. Deep Chitnita. Oh boy. I don't know why I'm giving you these ideas. Honestly, I should just not say anything. It's only gonna bite me in the butt later. Okay, there's a little scooch here. Quilinos, thank you for the follow. Lemivelo? Lemivelo? Dang. Thank you for the follow. Sorry. Like, just as a reminder to everybody, I can't read, so I will say your name wrong every time. Dindero, weren't you already a follower? Well, thank you for the follow, regardless. Avery, thank you for the prime. Deep Gnomes are S tier in the metaphysical lists. Yeah, everyone's... I think, definitely Deep Gnome and Troll are like the two most anticipated races for a lot of folks. So... no pressure or anything. Is this? That's pretty good. I don't know if I'll get it like spot on or anything anyway. Doing the best I can there. Probably have to do some... this is a bit stretched or squished here, so... Where do these feel? I'm pretty sure lizards were way up there on the poll. Yeah, actually, I think they, in the latest poll, they were the top, right? Or they at least beat trolls, which I was happy about. Gave 5 subs and the guy ignores my question. Oh shit, sorry, dude. What was your question? Dude, there's so much spam going on, I missed a bunch of stuff. I take it from Sean's stream that the high elves are kind of on the back burner. High elves are... It's not that they're back burner necessarily, it's just that we're releasing races with the content of their location. So like, you know, when we started working on the wood elf area, we were like, okay, let's do the wood elves. Because they were right next to the dunes. So it's the natural progression of expanding the world. And, you know, the next one we're doing is the deep zones, deep stuff. And so the deep races come in. And then after that, it's module 2 stuff. Whatever that ends up being. And I think the high elf stuff, their location is probably like the farthest. It might be one of the farthest way. I actually don't know where they are in location in relation to other stuff. It sounds like they're kind of on the far end of stuff from where we're starting out. So just by that, the way we're unveiling stuff, that's why they're going to be kind of one of the last ones. So it's really because of that. High elves should be delayed until they are perfect. Yeah. That's a very high elf thing to do, really. So I think they'd be fine with it, honestly. Oh boy. Is this... Okay. If I grab this... Let's pull this up. If there's any other questions, I missed or anything, please ask them again, because I missed like a ton of stuff, so I apologize. Not intentionally ignoring anybody. I actually just made like a little, there's a little redeem. You can ask Zuka a question. I think Dargith, you should ask that first question. You should be the first one, in my opinion. What are these deep gnomes up to underground? Do they build machines? Perhaps. We don't talk too much about lore. That's that we tend to like folks to figure out the lore from playing the game. We don't, that's like, we're pretty open, you know, our development cycle and everything is very open, but when it comes to lore, we usually very tight-lipped about that stuff. Oh, should I bring these down? That. Running a stream is hard. Yeah, it's. Oh, I mean, it's weird because like I was still trying to get like my stuff sorted, it, and then the raid happened immediately, and I was like, oh. So, and I can't read, so keeping up with chat is just the whole thing. If you have a question, you need 10 gift subs. 5 isn't enough. No, dude. You don't have... I mean, I know you're joking, but you guys can just ask questions. I will be maining Deep Gnome Enchanter. Can't wait. I'm stoked for the Deep Elf, actually, because my Enchanter on P99 was a Dark Elf, so I'll be happy to have an Enchanter that isn't a human or a gnome. What's going on with this thing, though? I mean, I hesitate to move this because it was fine when I was loading the textures on there. I think I'll just leave it for now. Always fix that. Okay, I think that's pretty much, other than this, a lot of fixes on some egregious stuff. Deep Elf Cleric. That'll be a good one too. I give 100 subs and I still have not answered. Did you ask a question? I did actually make a little question thing. It's a little bit of a jokey thing, but I mean, I suppose it's a way to get a question brought attention to. What changes are happening to Wood Elves? There's like a couple minor silhouette changes, and the ears we're gonna get changed. That's what was proposed. This was pretty bad here.
I'd buy that for $1.
Encrypt. I buy that for $1. Bazinga. My first ever level 50 on EQ was the Dark Elf Cleric. That was in 2 movies, I think. That was in RoboCop. That's a clip from RoboCop. I don't know if it was in another movie. I feel like I should slide these a little bit. These are... well, I don't know where. Jeez. Why is this so... so rough? It's a rough one. Let me load. Let me load a couple things here. I'm kind of surprised that this is distorted. It's because I just let it unfold naturally. The Wood Elf starting zone, will that be fleshed out in an upcoming playtest, or is it more an EA thing? It's getting fleshed out right now, I think. So it's in progress. I don't know when stuff's going to be ready, like finished in that area, but I mean, Night Harbor isn't really finished either, so it's just going to be an ongoing thing, I think. You'd have to ask maybe one of the content guys if they have like time dates and stuff for that. So I'm not quite sure. Oh man. Fine Possum says, I have asked before, but I may have missed if it got answered. Is there any plan to give non-magic classes visual ability effects, like some light trails or glimmer when skills like stab and rend are used? Currently, you really can't tell you're doing anything special. Yeah, that came up before. I think the last time it came up, my stance was like, I kind of prefer it being more basic, but I think that might have to, we might have to do some more interesting stuff there. So I was thinking about it, like, I think if like, oh snap, got Red Baron money, thanks. Sirinth. Let me finish my thought and then we'll do the money hat song. Yeah, so I think like part of another element of it was you know, I was the one doing the effects and I didn't know what I was doing, and so it's like that's like a lot of stuff on top of the other stuff. So but we might be getting a VFX guy now who's like experienced, so I could totally see us like going in and like doing some more stuff, and that's been some of the feedback from some folks as well, making those things more flashy, I guess. I think at the end of the day, I'm still wary, or not wary, but like cautious, I suppose, of like not going too far in a certain direction, because we still have that vibe of like chill sandwichy combat, and I think the visuals should reinforce that as well, to an extent, I guess, you know. And there's a reoccurring thing that even Sean comments about, in terms of screen clutter. So not going too flashy and just having like everything going crazy. So So I think we could add some more stuff, which is probably just like probably baby step it until things feel good, because it would be more about like adding a little bit more interest and not going too many effects. Yeah, sandwich level VFX. Yeah, and I have some particular thoughts on the VFX stuff as well. Like I think I like to keep things kind of insinuative. Is insinuative a word? I don't, probably not, but like not going too literal with like certain effects and things. Like I hope we never see, like, when you cast a shielding spell, like a big like metal breastplate thing shows up and it's like, you are shielded now, you know, like that's too literal. I'm even like, I'm pretty extreme with it actually. Like I was like, even for bard songs, having music notes feels a little too on the nose for me, but we might end up doing that too. Because like a lot of it's like, yeah, implied. That's a better word to use. Because I am the old curmudgeon oftentimes on the team, so like I have pretty extreme views, I think. And so sometimes it's me kind of balancing, like, am I being the asshole here, or do I have a valid point? So, you know. But everybody was like, the bard effects in AoA are so cool, and I'm like, they look nice. Music notes, how do I feel about that? I don't know. Maybe am I being the asshole here? So that's my internal struggle. So I'm trying to, like, yeah, anyway. We'll just leave those in. Does that affect? Okay, it doesn't affect anything. Okay. This is this one. This one and this one comes down or up. This is a little bendy wall. What are we looking at? Oh yeah, we need to do the Money Hat song. Hang on.
Oh, Money Hat. Money hats for everybody. Oh, money hat.
Money Hats. Thanks, Cyrith. Appreciate it. Need that as a ringtone. Maybe I'll put that up on my thing as the thing you can grab. We'll see. I need to throw some more fun free things on my little Ko-fi account for you guys. I wanted to make some more of those animated desktops as well. Just like tons of stuff, tons of cool ideas, and no time to do any of it. So, let me scroll up and get things here. Gorf the Imp says, is there anything new for next week's playtest you're excited about? I don't know that we got a ton of new stuff in for the test. Because we've been, at least on the character side, we've just been working on these new races, and just fixes. Probably one new thing that wasn't in the last test anyway, that was coming already. It was, so you know how everyone was running around with like wizard hats, instead of like plate helms. So I got the plate helm version in for all the crafted armor. So if you had a wizard hat that was like supposed to be a plate helmet, now you have a plate helmet. So that'll be cool. Seeing people see the way it was supposed to look. So that'll be cool, but it's kind of a minor thing. Like there's a couple helm changes in that regard. So sort of minor, but that's That's probably the most noticeable thing that I've done. Some minor, so various minor armor and helm update type thingies like that. Nomer Gibson says, Sean talked about that a little bit, little sparks and hints of stuff. Yeah, so keeping stuff vague, not literal things. I don't typically play clerics, but Eminem version has been curious. Speaking of spell effects and clerics, that's one of the things that it's nothing in yet, but it's something that I was kind of thinking about after the last playtest. Was I think like for
Dragon Usmk 0351 just gifted 10 subs.
Oh man. You guys can't hear. Can you hear those alerts, by the way? Thank you for the 10 gift subs, Dragon. That's awesome of you. I hear them. Man, I hear the alerts twice in my ear. So I don't know what to do about that for me, but as long as it's fine for you guys. Where was I? I was talking about cleric spell effects. So you know the impart blessing line. Druids also have their touch of nature, and the shaman have like the spores. I think those three spell lines are unique to all three of the healers, and I think because they function in interesting and different ways, it would be cool to have some effect for those, especially like in particular. I'm thinking the impart blessing line kind of needs something, because like when it lands, you're wondering, at least I've always wondering, like, is it on? Am I gonna get a heal? Because there's the delayed heal, and you need some sort of visual indication that it's working properly and that you can expect that heal and stuff. So I think something for those would be really nice. Okay, I think this is probably good. There's a little bit of a pinch here, though. Can I do anything about this? Pull this out. That's good. They go with this. Okay. Is this squishing weird? It's pretty. It's like maybe it's squishing weird here. 36. This one. I think it's weird that these bits these bits look really squished in on the UVs. Oh, I guess they are here. Oh, I was looking at the wrong ones, I guess. Okay. Speaking of clerics, will evil clerics get different spell effects to good clerics, etc., since the faith will play a bigger role in such a class. So that's one thing that. So here's another hot take for me about spell effect stuff. My thought on stuff is, rather than focusing on the spell effects being an extension of the character, the spell effects and the spells are an extension of the world. So rather than us like designing a whole specific look for like the cleric, and then specific look for spells for the druid, they're all using the same, like there's a lot of mix and match of the spells. So like when you're level 1, there's a ton of folks that have like minor heal or weak heal, like across all the spells. It's the same spell. Are we going to spend a bunch of time making the same spell look different, like however many times? Or can we just like have the spell have identity? The spell itself has an identity, and everyone can access that because it's a part of the world. So then when you get into, so like a lot of healers would have like all the same healing spells and they'd all look the same when they cast them. But then you get into those class specific heals, like I mentioned, like the Impart Blessing, Spores, and Touch of Nature. And then later on in the higher levels, there's probably going to be a splintering of abilities and stuff as well. Like druids will get some more special druid heals probably, in cleric. Cleric is the only one who has res, right? So until at least I guess we get like druid and necromancer res, or whoever else gets it. But those would be different spells, right? Like let's say you say, okay, cleric has the resurrect, but then okay, we give druid like an animal only res. That's gonna be a different spell. Like, because the cleric one would be called like resurrect, and then the druid one would be like druidy touch of coming back to life spell. So that's a different spell in the database, and we can input a different visual effect into that. I think another element of if we had like weak heal and we wanted to look different depending on what class you are, we'd have to duplicate that weak heal into like a bunch of different inputs in the database as well, which it's not really a lot of work, I guess. It's not really an excuse to not do it, but I don't know. That's just my hot take on it. So Zukan is the one who names abilities. Yeah, obvious reasons why I'm not the guy that names abilities. Zukan sculpts, not Zukan names. Yes. No, visual identity to spells makes a lot of sense. I mean that, yeah, again, that's my hot take. Maybe no one's really said anything about it yet. Maybe one of these days someone's gonna be like, you know what, we'll do it this way instead. And I'm like, okay, I guess so. I think it's also like, yeah, anyway. So, but I kind of like that, because the advantage to this as well is like, if we have like, I think the advantage to it is a couple things. Number one, you can tell what spell is being cast because the spell has the identity, so therefore anyone casting it, more like, okay, I know what he's using. He's about to gate. Even though you can like see their spell bar and you can read their thing. So it doesn't necessarily indicate their class, which I think is cool, because it still leaves, you can tell like what they're doing, but it doesn't tell you what they are necessarily. Like, I think, you could go into a dungeon and you could get mezzed by something, and you're like, okay, I know I got mezzed, but who did that? You know, it's still the more fog of war, which adds some layer of complexity. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm just sniffing my own farts on that, but yeah. And then the other another element of it is like, okay, so it's less work to make like a bunch of class specific effects. It's trimming down the workload a bit, but then you can also add in, like, when stuff is kind of standardized, you can spend that extra time and make those different tiers of ranks, right? Like when you're low level, the weak heal just is like a little kind of weak little splooshy effect thing, but then when you're level 30, your heal at that level has more effects, like it ranks up. And I think that's definitely I think that's a more interesting thing, to have that progression of magic. I'd rather have the progression of magic than like the class identity to the nth degree, like kind of WoW thing. So I don't know, but yeah. Anyway, that's my hot take. It's my personal feelings on it. Shucks. Let's see if we can get these straps to line up. This shoulder, the top of the shoulders has been a real pain in the butt for us, the way we did these. All the way up to Anduin. Where? Why? I don't know what that is. Sorry, I'm dumb. Drops in a bucket or throw the whole bucket. Basically. Your logic makes sense. Hyper-specific visuals for each individual class. Spell starts to feel like everyone has main character special abilities. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it too. I like the idea of, because like we're not trying to make like you're the hero of the world, you know, you're just some asshole. So and you got to make your way in the world. We're you know what I mean? Like so like I think there's an element of that as well. Just you're not like making you too specific and cool, I guess. At least not right away. But the truth is, you're just a regular wizard, like the next bug. Yeah. Hey, my mom told me I was a special wizard. 1 particle per level. There you go, John. Back in my day, we only got 1 particle per level, and we liked it. If you had too many particles on the screen, your computer would explode and shrapnel would go into your face. And that's the way it was. Yeah, I'm tired of being the hero. What I loved about EQ is that it felt as if we were struggling in adventures. Yeah, dude, totally. I think I think that's the big, at kind of a base level, that's one of the biggest things that I think is what we have going for us, is like the attempt to, like, you have to kind of shift your mindset of, are you making a game or are you making a world? And I feel like we're making a world. And that necessitates certain decisions. Not all of them are popular because so many people have been playing games that are games. You know, there's a lot of those quality of life stuff. Like, I think Shauna was talking a bit about that in his last stream, where there's a bit of a balance of, like, I think someone asked him, how do you decide between what is a quality of life thing and like an old school mechanic or something to that effect? And I think there's, oh my god, Blender, what are you doing? Why would Blender, why? Why do I even have two of these right now? Oh my god. Anyway, yeah, so it's kind of a balance of like that we put a lot of thought into the things that we you know, into the stuff that the mechanics and things that we put in there, and why we're doing it. So it's a bit of a balance, and there's a lot of conversation and stuff. It was kind of cool how higher levels got some colors, though. Yes. The great particle depression of 2025. I think I still have that bonk command in the thing. I need to get rid of that. Slaughter this village's livestock, burn their fields. Plus 25%, or 25 XP. Okay, I feel like this is in a good spot. I'm gonna export this and we'll start stuff. I'll without a doubt find more problems with this that I need to fix. But I can't just sit here all day looking through this. I think it's solid enough to start. So, bam. Did you check poly stretching? Yeah, I was working on that with, I did do a thing with the thing on. So I think let me do the body. I mean, I did check it with this, and then I threw on one of the armor textures as well, and I was like comparing the two. So I think between the two, like, I think the crotch area, like, dude, I don't know about this. I think, what the fuck happened here? This is not right. How the hell did that happen? I think the crotch area is maybe a call that you and I should have. Perhaps later. Another good check I used was one of the tiling chainmail textures. Yes, I don't think I have a full chainmail, but the one I do have is this one. Let me plug it in. It's not this one. It's and it might not be in here right now. It's this one, at least on the arms. This has the chainmail. Maybe I should just grab a full chainmail one, but this one helped at least with, there's some stretching, and maybe this is still kind of stretching a little bit actually. Could probably pull this. I think I actually just, I think what I think I did was I fixed it one way, and then I was looking at it with these indicators, and I noodled on it more. So, like, depending on what you're looking at, you'll get different things to look at. So it's like trying to decide. Yeah. A hand to try. I was trying to get these connecting bits better. So that's one big thing that's off on a lot of the current characters. Male with bikini. Yeah, everybody is prepped to wear a bikini just in case they want to go swimming, you know? I feel like this needs to come in.
He's having a stroke. Want of genius! He's having a stroke.
And should be straight like the template. It doesn't line up if I do it like that. Like that's how I had it. And then, I mean, I guess I can just do this. Like totally boxed out because this doesn't even, these don't even line up with that here. This doesn't even line up with the hand. Oh my god. I swear to god, Blender, I will burn you. You're not the only one who has issues with Blender, man. Okay. So these ones, I guess. That. Top Ham Slam, thank you for the prime, sir. I challenge you to a rematch duel at the Night Harbor in Fountain. This time I won't gate. Alright. I'm still gonna have immunity on though. Dude, you're lucky that I boosted that character, but I never boosted his skills. So I was punching you with like one hand-to-hand skill. So it was just my level that had my advantage. and the immunity, obviously. But the reason you didn't die was because I had one hand-to-hand skill, and I didn't have a weapon on me. So I still hurt. Now I know heals from group members doesn't cancel duel. Yeah, dude, we should have like a. I wish there was a way to should do like a little fight club or something. I kind of wish there was a way to have like multiple people fight one person. Maybe I guess I could just go in on the PvP server and like you guys could. I could be like a raid boss or something. I don't know. That'd be pretty fun. I don't know if we have an arena. We need one though. Zebra says, yeah, I sorta got that weird cut. So it might need a bit adjustment. But most hands are squared out based off Pedro. Okay. Yeah, I guess you can't really tell a whole lot between the two versions. Right. As long as stuff lines up across the line. As close as it will line up anyway. Okay, this is pissing me off. I don't know about this, man. Fine though. It's the alphas. I bet if I turn that off. Oh, it's still there. Terrific. Okay. Well, anyway. Anyway, so let's export this again. Let's also save this. Or a group duel. A group duel will be interesting. If you wanted to chat about EVs, just let me know. I'm around. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely. I think after stream or something, I'll or you know, a different day or whatever, whenever, like next. I want to talk about the groin stuff with you, and I still need to do the female hair. Also, I was going to ask you about this dude's hair. I just kind of I guess I'll see how it works when I start painting on it, but I just kind of like UV'd this as a big flat thing, kind of. And then I did this part like that. But it's just the spikes. With the spikes, I'm like, I'm not sure. I guess I could load my checker on it and see. Come on, you stupid fucking program. There. This will probably be fine. It's actually more even than I was expecting. This will probably be okay. I guess I was just worried that like some of the interior faces on the spikes would get too scrunched. Yeah, I mean, if you want to do it now, we can, I guess. I don't know if your voice will come through or not. We'll find out. Hello. Let's get in his mic, probably. Nope. I heard something. I'm gonna turn the music down a smidge here.
Did it fix? Okay, we should be good now.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
All right, cool. Yeah, man, UVs are looking pretty good so far. Let's take a look at that hair real quick, though. Because one thing I was kind of wondering is, did you weld at least some of it together into like one big chunk? So that way you don't have a like two separate islands, right? You kind of want to blend those together with like
I have two separate islands.
Yeah, I mean, like, my suggestion would be wherever you can kind of merge as many of the edges together to get, like, a nice, you know, like, a spot where there isn't a seam would be helpful, right? So wherever you would feel that would be, maybe along that back edge or something like that, you just weld the two bits together, you know, just right along that little seam, and then you won't have to fight seaming going all the way around the hair completely, you know what I mean? Otherwise, I think it looks fine. You know, like you're saying, you're kind of worried about the little triangles having some weird stretching and stuff, but it looks like it laid out real good, so I wouldn't be concerned about that at all, actually. So I think it should work fine.
Let's see. If I can make this work.
There you go. I'd probably just kind of do that. Kind of maybe straighten it out a little bit to see if I could get that top bit just a smidge straighter, and then you probably could do a relax along that seam line, or that now welded seam line. So what I do is I take that top chunk that you just welded, straighten it out so it's nice and straight, you know? So that way you're not fighting, you know, angled pixels and stuff like that. And then like that whole chunk, I would just kind of like rotate it so it's straightened out. And then I would just relax the area where you have that seam now welded together, right? And that should make it nice and clean, you know, when you're doing your textures and stuff. Because now you got to remember, when you're doing textures, right, everything's like these pixels. It's all squared, so the more square you can make stuff, the nicer, you know, the more vertical and like horizontal, right? Like you make your unwrap, the nicer your texturing will be, because that's the direction pixels go. They don't really like angles. Pixels and angles don't really get along, right? So the squarer you can make stuff, the better it'll look.
Okay.
But otherwise, I think it looks great. I mean, you'll have like the little bits that are, there will always be an angle like, I can't do anything about that, right? But I think for the most part, this will look great.
Okay. Yeah, I was less worried about this guy. I think where's my show me my guide. Just want to make sure I'm still in the box.
I'd buy that for a dollar.
Yeah, see, that's why I did it that way, is because
Oh, you did break that out of there? Yeah.
I'm not thrilled about, unless I just make it smaller, which I don't really want to do. I think I have to make it considerably smaller.
Yeah. I wouldn't. In that scenario, I guess, yeah, break it apart. But the nice thing about breaking this apart now is, they're both the exact same size, and the UVs now align properly, right? So even if you broke that piece off now, right, and moved it, now you know that those edges align perfectly, right? So that way, when you paint downward, it should align really, really nicely with the other one, even if it is in a different location. So
That's a good point.
So that way there isn't a weird textile density change, right, based off of that kind of stuff. There you go. We're great.
Boom. Done. Cool. Right, man.
That'll work way better. That looks a lot cleaner too, just off of the rip as well. So
yeah, I feel better about that.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Yeah. I guess while I have you here, for the female one, I guess with that in mind, trying to keep it all as one thing, how might you cut this? Probably not there, but I'm just gonna try and.
Oh, you mean for like this hair stuff? Yeah, I mean, where would I make those cuts? I would. I actually don't think. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think you really need to have that cut even along the side.
Yeah,
I'd carve out the interior, right? That would all be a separate thing. Like
even this part, because like I kept that.
Yeah,
because
I would.
I was trying to maintain it with the rest of it because it's so visible.
You could keep. Yeah, you're not wrong there. But I would. That would be the part I would make. Like it would be. The bottom is sliced, and that would be kind of like separated, where it would like flay itself out really good, because I don't really need that to. I think the way that you have it cut right now is fine. And then, yeah, I think the inner part of the skull the way you have that would be all carved, right? Like that top piece, that's separate, right? Yep. And then that piece, sure, yeah, that's exactly how I would unwrap that. And then I think you should be able to just say relax, and then that should all, it won't overlap anything, I don't think.
That.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't think that's any issue there. It might have a little bit of stretching there in the middle, but I don't think that's like out of line or anything. The only because it is like, what is a good way to say it? Because it's overlapped, right? So because it's mirrored. I
feel like if I did this, like I feel like kind of the way I would process this is like kind of doing it in two separate chunks and then trying to merge them back together somehow.
That is a way you can do it, sure. Again, it just depends on what you're trying to go for there, right? Like I think that's a fine way of tackling the UV solution. My suggestion would be whatever gives you the best result ultimately for those two things. Is if you're like working on it, you're like, I don't like the way that looks. And then this is typically another solution that I've used in the past where, yeah, you would break that piece off, unwrap that bottom section, get that looking real nice, and then unwrap the top section, get that looking real nice, and then combine them both together.
Yeah.
That's totally...
Because I noticed that I think both of the elf hairs, you laid them out asymmetrically, it seemed like, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah. I did.
Even though I think at least the female, isn't the hair pretty symmetrical?
It's very uniform, but I made it just in case. Again, we kind of have the opportunity to do it asymmetrically, so you can add wisps or do all that sort of stuff, right? So it is asymmetrically painted for sure.
Okay.
I think I did the dark hair elf hair very, very similar to now, to where they've got asymmetrical hair. I painted it mostly symmetrically, and then at the very end, well, no, I actually painted that really asymmetrically because it's got waves and shit in it. So,
If I can get this to just be weird like this, and just slowly pull stuff back. Yeah, I don't know. This is something I feel like I need to tinker with, and I'm just like,
I mean, yeah, that's kind of the nature of unwrapping, right? Is you're figuring out a puzzle that has no pieces that fit together, right? And so you kind of have to figure out what is the best part of the puzzle, right?
yeah. Okay, well,
like maybe a cut along the right where the edge of the bank, like the little sideburns come down. I don't know what else to relate to the hair tassels. You know, if you make a cut that goes vertically up from the like where the ear connects, right? And then that's where your texture splits because you're trying to hide that in that area, you know what I mean? Because the hair is kind of coming down, and then you've got hair that's kind of going down and backwards, right, towards the hair. You can kind of hide a seam in there to kind of like fake it, you know, to make it, there's like, oh, there's a line here, and there's like the texture changes, and it's like, oh, well, that's just the hair going behind the hair that's coming downward that goes, you know, like along the back of the head, right? And then, you know, I would still have like the top part welded out just because that's kind of where you would have like, you know, the crown of the head and stuff. That would all be welded because then you would, you know, so that's kind of maybe how you could hide it to where, you know, there's a connected spot and then there's like a split and then that'll make it look a little bit nicer and unwrap a little bit easier without having to like really fight it too much.
it's not a bad idea.
Because again, that's kind of part of it is thinking about where and how the hair splits is going to be where it's best to hide a seam when you're painting the hair and stuff, right? So.
Yeah, this one's going to take a bit of finagling, which is why I was like, maybe I'll just start painting the dude and come back to this. It's like it's deceptively difficult this shape to get it all in one. Because it's like a pretty basic hair, but yeah.
Well, and there's a lot of like compression going on in some of the geometry, which makes it a little bit difficult too, you know, where it's like, oh, there's a bunch of geometry that's all kind of like merging to one small area, right? Which that's the challenge.
Yeah.
But if we can loosen that area up with like a cut or something, which I think this will do, that should solve a lot of your
Another thing I could do maybe
conundrum.
as well is I just have like the bowl portion of it like this, and then the bit, and then just kind of, I don't know, figure out a way to get those two to play together well. I don't know what this is. What's that? But yeah, anyway, I don't feel like floundering on stream with that right now. But yeah, that's something I need to figure out. I think otherwise, there's probably some stuff that I just found on the dude that I could apply to the lady. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna go. I want to go do some texturing on this guy and see what we can do. Get some stuff on that.
Okay.
So.
What I can do also is just send over that repeating chain texture that I use to like check stuff.
Okay.
Because it's real good to see like where.
Yeah, if you have that handy,
like,
maybe I'll do a quick check.
Because that's kind of what I did was I was looking at my character, right? I got the unwraps all done. I'm like, okay, I got all the spacing and stuff. And then I literally threw the chain. I went, oh, there's some weird stretching here. It's like, this is like the perfect texture to use for that too. Because if you wanted a chain in any of these areas, that's the way you're going to want it to look, right? So
yeah,
I think, you know, the Pedro guide that's what it is. It's just a guide. It's not exactly how everything needs to be, and that's why it's important to check this, because this will really inform you where stuff might be foobarred. Maybe you can adjust some things to fix it, right? But I think overall your unwrap job looks pretty good.
Ooh.
You know, maybe a little bit in the knees. You could loosen that up a little bit, or get a little bit more in there.
Yeah, definitely need to clean this up. Oh, why is this? Why is
and I
this
think
crooked?
it's probably because their knees are so tiny.
Probably. It was probably what was happening with the knees on the skirt for a sec there.
You need an align vertical, align horizontal key.
I have one, but I was aligning it specifically to the. I aligned these, and then I was arranging them with that one. So look, man, I got one.
How do you
look
do
at
that, by the way? Now that you're talking about, how do you align it to a specific one?
So if I wanted to align these guys, these selected ones, with something else, you just turn on the magnet, and then you select vertex, and then you just move it, and then it'll snap to whatever you have, and you can lock it to.
You limit it to the direction. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Cool.
Same way you do with the meshes as well.
Alrighty.
Yeah. The tricky thing, though, or it's not really tricky, but the annoying thing, you know this very well by now. I have like a hotkey. It's like shift tab to turn on and off the magnet in 3D mode, but it doesn't work in here because it's a different fucking window.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's annoying.
Gotta love it.
Let's pull these up and down a little bit.
Also, I'm gonna do a quick stream here with my little elf lady or whatever, so you can kind of see what I did with their groin.
Man, I hope we're not doing any chain stuff on the feet here. So I guess I'll try and
And that way, hopefully, this will help you with your groin area. I don't want to say issues, but challenges.
I got issues with my groin.
Gotta up your groin game.
Hey, Red Forest game dev, what's up?
Okay, so I'll do a quick share screen to entire screen.
Lappuccino.
All right, and then you can kind of see what I did with, because I've been kind of messing with the wood elves now, because I kind of got them up a little bit further. So like you can see here, this is that middle area, right? Oh, actually, I'm looking at that. Let's pull over slightly. Right to there. There we go. So like this is that stretchable, right? And I basically used the very last. That's the other thing, like right here. Probably. V-key this and just make sure it's up to the edge here. There we go.
I think I must have like different.
So like that's kind of
edges.
how I have this set up. Well, even if you have a couple extra edges in here, like as long as this is just, you can just squish this to like one single pixel. Again, it is in the middle of.
I think the problem I'm having with doing that is like I can squish this, no problem, but like it's connecting, because like for yours, it looks like you have a connection.
I don't have any like middle. There's no middle, but if there's two ends that connect.
Right, that's what I'm saying though. Like, I don't have anything to connect this to that makes sense.
And that's
other
fine.
Than this.
It can be loose. That can be loose. I mean, notice this one is loose. This isn't connected to anything. I mean, my middle is just a middle.
Well,
right?
that's
there's no
I'm not worried about the middle
That's
part.
okay,
I'm worried about see, look, because don't you have like, can you select the.
Here, I'll just hide. And get it down to 1. First of all, oops, shit. Come on now. There we go. Turn. Yeah. Okay. So, object mode, please. And then we have a 1. There we go. And then I want to hide. This selected. There we go. All right. So, I have my groin here, and then I'm just gonna select that area. So I've got it. So okay, there we go. So I've got like this little area in here, and then
So just select the faces that are around that square.
You want this? Okay. So you want this 3. Okay. So like that's this area, right? And then this side area is this. Yeah, and granted, there's going to be some stretching in here. There's nothing I can do about that, right? Like that's just
okay. So basically, then I need to pull.
So,
I figured out what I needed to move in there, is I need to move in this one and then connect it to these two. So connect these ones basically, and then I can stuff the little Gucci bit in here. That's the part I was missing.
Oh.
Move. I got the wrong buttons. Select. Oh my god. I'm very angry at Blender right now. Okay.
Don't
so
worry,
there.
It'll be okay.
So then that's how I would get it. That.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Done. Done. But then I have a gap here because I moved this over. Oh my god. So that's what I need to solve for now.
Let's see. So mine just kind of, again, mine has just that V thing going on. You have an extra cut in there, I guess, is what's going on. I think that's what's going on here.
I guess so.
I mean, I'll be real. When I made this, like, the rule of 3 was this line, and this line, right? Is kind of the rule of 3, because this goes with their...
I have... Well, it's like, where is my... Hang on, let's identify what extra line, because, like, I have the 3 here. 1, 2, 3. I have the L. So, like, it's here is where the gap is, right here.
Yeah.
So where the fuck is that? It's right here. So what? I guess I'm confused as to how this is occurring, because
this is how. Yeah, that's what's confusing me too. Are you sure it isn't like welded out? Because it should. Again, if you look at my L, right, I've got that section of quads, right? This is a section of quads, and then this is the bottom one, right? There's a triangle in here. I'll be real. There's not, but that's okay. You know.
Well, it doesn't matter because it's quadded. They're quadded out at the end of the day. Like, you still have those. So like, yeah, like. This point
something's missing.
Needs to be here.
There, then. No, I know, but like there's something missing with the geo then. Oh, that bottom piece, that piece can kind of go when you move that, you can move that one like individually. Oh, come on. Oh, because you're pinned.
You can still move it when it's pinned.
Can you? Why? It's selected. That's W key for move tool. It's on that. Anyway, we'll just do this. Oh, nope, it's not anim player either. I don't know why. Because it's not. There we go. So like you've got 2 there, granted, right? You can move one of these down to the side like this and have the other one connected up above. That's how I do that with the extra thing then. So I just shimmy that. Here, let me bring up your thing. Full screen. Yeah. So like,
Oh man, I got a whole other thing back here too.
I got a situation back here.
So there's the L, and then there's bits.
And again,
I guess that's
scenario
where
is probably what I would do here is the way I'd kind of mess with this is you have like this section is good, right? Like that's how that should be, right? And then the thing I would do is I would literally just pull. And the weird part is like I don't know why, like, yeah, because like shouldn't these two go together, right? Like what happens if you just weld these two together? What happens with that?
these two.
Yeah, like this little edge right here, these edges. What happens when you weld those together?
I mean, I can do this, but like this bit is a quad that's being turned into a triangle in the
No.
UVs.
I don't want you to weld the quad into a triangle. I want you to keep the quads as quads. What I'm saying is, what happens when you take this edge right here and this edge right here and weld these together? Because I know they're supposed to go together.
Right. Okay.
There. That's it. And now.
So no, but I like.
Oh
okay.
yeah.
Okay, so I'll do this. There, those are welded, and then this has to go somewhere. So this would go.
And that just attaches to that guy. Yep. And then that other piece just floats there, because it's about as close as it gets. You know what I mean? Like, because this piece attaches to something that's going over here. That's on the other side apparently.
Okay,
right?
so
that's just a loose line. That doesn't attach to anything. Right?
Okay, so I mean,
and
yeah,
then you just have that tucked in there. Yep, exactly.
Okay,
that's basically how you do that. And
I feel like I think that's how I had it, and I was weirded out by this hole, but
oh yeah, I could see that. But as long as you align that to the template, right, you should be good. Like that shouldn't cause any issues there. Again, because you're hiding that seam anyway, which shouldn't cause you like too much of an issue or anything like that, right? And then that'll at least not. The player was never gonna like look under there and go, wait, it's not tiling perfectly in this groinal area, right? Like it's okay to have that cut there. Most of the time you have the undies there anyway. So like you're not really even gonna know that there's a seam there, right? And even if there is, like, and again, that's kind of where I would make sure that the unwrap is set up, you know, about as close as you can get it like this, right? To where you have like basically a line. You only need like one row of pixels for this bottom part and your gravy, right? Like that should all be good. So,
okay.
And then even that, if that piece is broken, you know, as long as it's really, really close and nice and like tight, you'll never even notice, right? As long as you keep that like pixel perfect, you know, you get that unwrapped pixel perfect, boom, nobody will ever see what's going on there, right?
Well, I mean, with the chain you can see pretty.
Well, the stretch, yeah. I mean, we have no control over that. There was never any setup to make sure that there was room enough for that stuff. That's kind of a we have to live with what we got kind of thing, unless we want to change all of the armors to have that like relief area where, you know, there is this section right here where you could literally just pull this down and get all of that texture, right? And then you'd be good. But we don't have that, you know? So that's kind of one of those struggles where, right? Like all of a sudden we could fix that really easy, but we never built that because the way that they were originally done was kind of strange, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Nope. Yep. That's going to get pulled out. There you go.
Okay. Well.
And that's the other thing too. When you modify the geo of your characters to be different than what the template is, then you might have to like shimmy stuff around to figure out how it needs to work. Because when it's not set up the same, right? Like that can cause some struggle bus, or annoyances, you know. So, but I think this is the most elegant solution that I could find for doing that stuff. you know, and then stretching that one set apart, like the one spot where the player really isn't looking that hard, to hide that dead underneath the character is probably the best thing we could do. And like I said, if we ever wanted to relieve that issue, there is a possibility of doing that, you know, kind of deal. So
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's probably as good as it's gonna get then. It's definitely better than it was, so yeah. Right on, cool. Thanks,
but
man.
again, I just totally accept the fact that they're stretching underneath the groin of the character. I'm just like, whatever. You know?
Yeah, I think
out of all the spots where it could stretch, dead set underneath the groin, where it's like, it looks kind of crap under there. Who cares? You know, it's going to be under his skirt. There's going to be a bunch of stuff over that. Okay, good. Well, at least it's not on the legs, or it's not on the front part of the groin, or it's not like anywhere else. It's hidden, is about as hidden as we could get it, right?
Yeah, and the way we've been doing pants and stuff, anyway, like we just kind of make like a texture that doesn't have not a lot of detail there, and you don't even notice. Really.
Exactly, and then there's no problems. So that's kind of why I did it the way that I did it, right?
Gotcha. Okay.
Cool. Yeah, and then the rest of that, just clean it up, and like I said, the legs and stuff, you know, I don't always match, you know, like again, because it's like what height it gives you the best, because like again, each character is like a little bit different, you know, so it's like the guides are there to kind of help you align things, but then like kind of free form on it to see what looks best. And I feel like this repeating texture helps a shit ton with getting it to feel good, you know? And like getting stuff to be the right shape.
Yeah, I definitely always throw like one of the armors or something on there, because like you said, the guide kind of puts down the foundation, but like because all the characters are so different, like you need to like
exactly. There's no one off. Exactly. And as long as we know that, we're aware of that when we're doing this stuff, that at least kind of like helps. So
yeah. There's a whole bunch of issues actually here. I'm noticing now. So that's cool.
And that's why I said the chain link helps a lot, because it's like this repeating pattern. It's going to be something we dump on characters a lot. And that's where it's like, oh, well, if we get this looking really good, then most things should look good, right? And that's the nice part about doing this right at the end, is going, oh, let me just, you know, this is kind of like the sanity check before I put it out the door.
Mm-hmm. Definitely a required step, yeah. Oh, it's this guy. Gonna get rid of his other half here. Separate. Good thing I haven't done any rigging yet, or nothing. I mean, even if I had, it wouldn't be a big deal. Here. Oh crap.
See, yeah, you can see this on this part of my character right here. See, I've got that same line, and it's not connected. Mine's just on the other side, I think, is where I ended up putting it. So you can see I have a split right here. It's not connected by anything, you know? Granted, I think mine's back here somewhere. Under bullet.
Remember to look away and blink sometimes. Oh man, I'm just I'm focused, man. I'm locked in. UVs are serious business.
Why when I turn? Oh, there we go. Okay.
The heck? In the zone, auto zone. It's the groin zone, really, right now.
I mean, this is one of the challenging areas for all of our characters. I'm gonna be real, like,
yeah,
this spot in particular, just because how we set this up and the amount of room that we get to use, which is not much, makes this a very challenging area for like the character art in particular.
Mm-hmm. I thought I was ready to go, man.
Sorry.
It's all
It's my
good. It's
fault.
probably better dealt
Well,
now.
that's why I know you wanted to get to texture. Don't get me wrong. I was kind of feeling the same way about that just the other day. Because I was like doing a bunch of modeling stuff. I'm like, oh my god, I just want to texture something. But I also don't want you to get into this too far and then all of a sudden realize you're like, oh, BT dubs, right? Like all the texture I just did, I might as well just throw it away. So like I kind of wanted, at least that's why I kind of was like, well, I kind of want to talk to you about that. About
Yeah, I wanted to do. I was gonna
Right.
I was gonna try and grab you and do like a sanity check on stuff, and then stream started, and I'm like, oh, what do I do?
Okay.
So
You can just reach out.
I did it to
I'm
myself.
around.
I did it to myself.
Yeah, you deserve it. No, it's fine.
Probably.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know if I can do much with this booty. That helps. It's fairly even. Is connecting? Oh, they don't connect to each other. Groin streams, best streams. The tank to the groin should be a bar in the deep. Yeah. Good idea. Monkey from space. Ethinis. Lejarta. Oh my god, these names. You guys are just making names difficult to screw with me at this point. Thank you for the follows. Sorry if I'm neglecting you guys in chat a little bit. I'm trying to get this shit squared away.
Focus mode enabled. Oh, that's not what I wanted at all. Okay. Yeah, that was one thing I was noticing with. So I got last night. I got super bored at 3 a.m, and I was like, you know what I should do? I should get the elf repaint 3D coat file set up. So I did. So I'm good to go on that whenever we want to pull the trigger on that stuff. FYI for us.
Okay, so you already did all the geo adjusts and what? Like
Yeah, I mean, like we're all good in terms of like the body shapes and stuff. I didn't like once again. I pulled the ones off of the whatchamacallit. I pulled them down from repo, right? So I grabbed the model files that we already had from repo, and then I threw them in here, and then I did all like the geometry adjusting, and then gave them the updated ear stuff. So that's kind of where we're at right now for them.
what painting is needed? Was there any specific calls or just like the cleanup from the changes?
I gotta clean up. There's cleanup.
Okay.
It's just because some of the geo changes ended up causing cleanup. So
okay, that's fine. I just wasn't sure if there was any
yeah.
texture changes that I forgot about.
No, but I'll have to update them. I mean, the textures will all have to get updated.
That's fine.
Yeah, because it is kind of not. It's not tiny. It's not like a huge set of changes, but it is going to require like reskinning. You know, it'll require reskinning. You know, like animation transfer, all that sort of shit. The animation those don't need to get redone or anything, but
Yeah, I mean, we can just project the weights and then do some touch-ups. That's like the least of my concerns.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see, I need to grab my. Wonder. Wait, is that no? That's not gonna be in there. Let's grab that armor resources. Oh, is it under resources? No, it's not. It's under armor. Chain 3. Not PSD.
Oh boy, look at that. Just yank that over and it looked
Whoa.
a lot better. Okay.
Blender. Okay. Fucking blender.
Do this. Oh, this is overlapping. That's not good. Here we go. Are you working on eyes this stream? I'm working on cleaning up, getting that like the final touches on the UVs, and then we can attempt to jump in and do some texturing perhaps. So probably not totally eyes, but get stuff started for them.
Yeah, I don't think it really like once you kind of get that shimmied out, I think you'll be in good shape for anything else. That
Yeah, I
need,
think the rest of it looks except this, but
a little bit on that back part, but yeah, otherwise. Yeah, and I think it's just because it's not straightened out. Again, all those should just be deadpan straight. I wouldn't be too concerned about that stuff.
I think this band is definitely straight, but I think when I get into the below that, I don't
kind of squirrel. Yeah, that's kind of where you might need to do some hand adjusting, right? From there. But that's kind of one thing that I do from time to time, where like I'll just straighten stuff out, and then as I'm kind of looking at stuff and how it's stretching and warping, that's when I'm like, oh, I need to move these vertices around to get a better result, right? And then that typically helps a lot with that sort of stuff.
The Cobbler Live has followed you this minute. Thank you for the follow, sir. Welcome to the stream. We're doing a growing stream, apparently. I didn't intend it to be, but what we're doing today. Zooming in, zooming out on the junk. Making sure his pebbles are all in the right spot. I think we're getting to a point where it's looking okay. Did I turn the music off or did it just...
Okay. I think you might have turned it down and then maybe it went off. Who knows?
Yeah.
I also have you muted right now, so on the stream.
It didn't have repeat on.
Yeah.
It's a solid looking groin. But yeah.
Pretty clean. It's starting to get there.
I don't know if I can do anything more for this bit though, but it's the undercarriage is just it's gonna be that way.
Again, like I said, if it's literally that's the only spot where there's texture stretching, I think we could have worse problems. You know what I mean? Like out of all the things that could look like bad, the worst thing that have happened is like, oh, there's a little stretching at the very back part of his ass. Oh no. And again, like that's one of the challenges. If we could have sat down and like really hashed this out prior to there being so many characters, right? We probably could have found a stronger solution. But this is kind of where we're at. So, like I said, this was the best solution with the problem that was presented, right? And I think overall it's pretty solid in terms of solutions. Because again, I'd rather have 90% of the character looking really, really good and then having like one little spot on his neck because that's how we did necks, but it's about as solved as we can get it, and then one spot on the bottom part of his groin, and that kind of sucks. But I mean, damn, dude, if we can get the rest of it looking chef's kiss, I'm totally down with that, right? I think that's fine.
Yeah.
These are acceptable losses in terms of character quality, if we wanted to like look at it in that regard.
Hey there, I jump in right at the camera angle. There you go, man. You never know what you're gonna get when you join the stream. Nomer Simpson
Adults
says,
only.
I think I have a.
This is the OnlyFans stream right here.
I'm pretty sure I have a mature warning on my stream just because I don't want to get in trouble. Nomer Simpson says robot. Zukan is doing. Oh, you're telling on me. Okay. I've got it. Like I said, I've got a warning, so it's on you. It's on you guys. Defiant Possum says, never thought I'd hear that groin is chef's kiss. I'm sorry, bro.
Well, you have now. Ain't nothing you can do about it.
Walked into that one. Haha. The guy is such a nerd on your call.
I am? Oh, thanks.
I mean that in the best way. It sounds like a true expert. Yeah. By the way, anybody who's unfamiliar, I got ZBrushed or Zach on the call. He's the other character artist. One of the other character artists we got. He's got a lot more experience than me, so I rely on his expertise to get us through these troubled times.
No, man. Like I said, you've come a long way from when you started. You know, just think back when you were working on the Wolf, dude.
Oh man, I've blocked that out. I was actually thinking about
you do that, then all of a sudden it's like, no, dude, it looks like, look at how much further and how much better you've gotten. You know, that's why it's important to bring that stuff up.
I keep looking at the Wolf and all those the mipping issues, and I'm like, maybe I should just go back and like cut out the fur flyaways with Geo instead and just make it a non-transparent texture or something.
Again, I think tech still does need to do a pass to figure out what's going on with the mipping stuff.
Yeah, they definitely do.
Yeah, I mean that is an option that you could do if you feel that's very, very important, right?
I mean, it's probably not worth fussing with right now, especially if we can get tech to do something about that. Yeah. It's more of just, it bugs me. Kind of, it's one of those things that's just nagging. But I don't have the time to worry about it really.
I mean, understandable on that, but yeah, like I said, we're kind of getting to the point where it's like, what's biggest bang for buck, right? And that's going to be the most important thing as we like move forward into the next couple of months, right? So, like, if you feel that would be the biggest bang for buck, then yes. If no, then probably want to look at other things, right, that we need doing.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Maybe it's a if we can't figure something out.
What is that? Is that a threat? We'll see.
Well, it's a polished pass thing. Like, what do we do? Like, can we get a resolution on the shader side, or do I just go and do it in polished pass, basically? Mm-hmm. We'll see.
We'll see about that. Okay. Okay, I think I got that fixed on her too. Yeah, that's kind of my thought. Is I'm gonna do like one more pass on like the elf faces or whatever, and then like um like an additional pass on the body texture, and then they should be good to go. Like then they should be ready to go out the door. So that's kind of my thought with the Wood Elf rework or update or whatever we want to call it. I don't really
Okay,
know.
since
But
you're on it, like, yeah, if you want to pull the
again, I just was getting things set up, so it's not going to take priority over like getting the armor texture and stuff. Like I said, it's ready for when we're going to pull the trigger on them. That's kind of was my goal. Was like get those set up and ready for us to go at it. You know what I mean? And then when we need to, I can just jump in, take like a week or whatever, touch up all the textures and stuff. Maybe a day or two, get the whatchamacallit kind of done. The face textures and stuff cleaned up, right? And then from there, like, be good to go. So.
Okay. 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 I think this is pretty solid then. Let me just pop back over to the. Should I pop over to the guy and just make sure I'm in all this in the spots?
I would just do a quick spot check on him with the UVs or whatever, and then with the metal texture, just to like check it, and then from there you probably can start texturing them, and I think you'll be in really good shape.
You know, I could fucking duplicate shit that way. I don't know what happened there. All right, armor. This one doesn't have pants though, but it's fine. For
That's why I just
okay, I need to pull this over. Is it this side? Yes. Just a smidge that way.
Yep. I was leaving kind of like one. No. Yeah.
Well,
maybe I missed something when I was doing the. Like I
yeah.
said, maybe there's something with the texture on that where I didn't quite get it right. Ooh, could that be an issue with Pedro?
Or
Because I think Pedro should be running around the edge of that black border. It shouldn't be smaller.
yeah, if I push it out that far, then it's still
No,
is.
it should be the black border is the border. Like that's the pixel. Yeah, it should always be on that interior. Yeah, but it
Okay.
was weird because you moved it even further in.
Yeah, I did another pixel in to fix that.
Yeah. I mean, that's not horrible to have done that, right? To like have like that one pixel border or whatever, but like it's not like end of the world kind of shit. But I'll double check Pedro just to make sure he's aligned properly. I worry that maybe I smidgened something incorrectly on him, and then like because I was doing all those reviews, so that could fuck shit up.
I'm just gonna get everything. Yeah, it might be something. It's not consistent.
I'll double check him as well. Messing around with stuff just in case, you know.
Okay. Um.
All right, when I get done with dorking around on these guys, I'm going back to working on my shaman, and I'll let you get back to it and texture up and stuff.
It's the Z's Nuts devcast. Oh boy.
Pretty good.
Okay. All right, I need to pull the trigger on this, otherwise I'm just gonna sit here and fucking go insane.
Yeah, just check it. Which one did you have to check with the mail arm, the mail pattern texture, the chainmail? Or are you just jumping in doing the dude?
I'm just doing the dude.
Nice. All right.
The lady.
Yeah, I think you're good for texture. Yeah.
Yeah, lady needs more UV stuff that I'm not willing to do right now. All right, we'll save that. Okay. Let me grab my thing.
Gross.
It's the groin stream. Get used to it. Let me dust off my thing right in front of everybody here. Give it a little rub down.
Now you've got me wanting to go watch Korgoth of Barbaria. I've got because they had that one pilot episode.
Is that the kind of a kid's cartoon barbarian with a talking sword?
They did it. No. Korgoth it came out around the same time as Adventure Time, right? But it was a pilot episode, and they had to like. It was for I forget if it was for Adult Swim or what it was for. But it's kind of like this. What if Frazetta drawings were an actual like funny cartoon, kind of thing?
I feel like I've seen a bit of this. This looks kind of familiar. It's kind of almost a Metalocalypse style.
Yes, exactly. It is exactly like that. So if you're really into Metalocalypse, Korgoth was very much like similar to that.
Behold.
But it only ever had one episode. Is the downer about the whole thing?
Oh, really?
Right? Yeah, unfortunately. But it's still a banger of an episode. I mean, it's freaking. I find it very funny. Some people might not like it, but it's right up my alley for enjoyment. So.
I don't know what I love more about Eminem, the journey or the game. You guys rock. Development journey, that is. I tell you, man, it's when Zach and I are on stream together, this is exactly what it's like when we're off stream together. It's the same shit. So you're getting like the full unfiltered dev thing. It feels weird sometimes because like it gets frustrating sometimes, like when we're working on stuff or this and that, and so it's like I don't know. I guess hopefully you guys enjoy it and we don't say anything regrettable in the heat of the moment. But yeah, man.
Blender devs that are watching this stream, I think we're good.
Yeah. I mean, they should be taking notes.
I'll talk bad about Blender all day long. So I'm sorry if you all are Blender lovers and stuff. You might need to reevaluate things. But
I mean, okay. Blender is good, but got issues too. Okay.
True.
We got both of these. I
also figured out that the elf feet were backwards apparently. So I'm fixing that. That'll be good.
Oh, we should make like a. Do we have anything on the feet that like helps that?
To tell you which direction a thing is? No, but I think
we used to have the toes.
Yes, we did, and I think I might have removed it. But in any case, like the top flat side is your toe foot part, right? So it's like we could always put a big toe in there or something like that, maybe on the thing, and that'll help to align it. But I don't think it's like super required.
I mean, the toes are.
I noticed.
It wouldn't hurt, like, I guess, just to
Yeah.
make sure it's
Just
going
put
the
like
right way.
that little square where the toe was, you know, or just put in like a little box or cube or something to kind of anchor it. I think would be good.
All right, Divine Possum, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the subs and everything. I'll catch you later, man. Oh man, this looks real bad, but seemed fine on everything else. Maybe I should.
No, I think it's once again it kind of comes down to the Pedro. You know, I don't even know if he or the when we made this template, we didn't have the groin set up this way, right? But I think Pedro is set up this way, and these guys are set up this way. So I think we'll be okay. I'll double check Pedro again too, just to make sure he's got his groin system set up properly like that. But when I'm in there looking at his other that stretching issue on the other thing, actually, you know what? I might just take a look at him right now.
Okay. Oh, do you think that these lines should match up? Probably, or should probably. So that matches up. These don't.
I don't. If it,
Let me check the UVs.
I would. The thing I would check. I'm not as concerned about that, to be perfectly honest with you, because that's
It's
the difference
more about the
between,
skirt.
Exactly.
Okay.
So like that you want to align up. The fact that the legs do not is not that big a deal.
Okay.
Because again, they're two different UV islands. So you know,
there's one or two pairs of pants where I did bridge that gap. But it's not a standard thing. I don't think I'm gonna worry about it.
I think the thing I'd rather it look good is, again, if the chainmail stuff looks fine on it, that I'd rather have look good. You know, so if it looks fine with the chainmail, 90% of the time you'll have a belt. 90% of the time, the pants and the upper part of the torso aren't going to be the same deal, right? And so like I'm not super concerned about that. I don't think there's ever going to be a scenario where we're going to have like a onesie. You know what I mean? I probably shouldn't say that, but I mean, like,
now that you've said it, that's good.
There's no way we can get the textile density of the top part and the legs to match because they're two different sizes.
That's true.
Yeah. So it'll never work that way, right? We'll always have to have it kind of be, even if we did overalls, we'll have to kind of have like a faux belt part that kind of goes around, like at least the pants that goes up into the front smock part, and we'll just have to try to hide it, because there's no way we can. Again, the textile density is just way too drastically different from chest to legs. So
yeah, fair point.
Which again is not the end of the world. It's just something we're contending with, right? And again, if we kind of like set Pedro up for that, when we do the textures on Pedro, like it should translate fine to our characters, because I feel like the skirt to chest texture stuff is so aligned and well like done for the most part, that it'll transition really, really well between like the leg and stuff, and Pedro should be able to accommodate us in that and not be misaligned barely at all. So
another question I was going to ask you is for skin and stuff. What are you using for any sort of guide? I don't think I made one, like a value
skin guide. I've been basically using I think I used the gnome as the base because that's the one that I ever got. You could probably use the human too. That'd be fine as well. Okay. And then I just color pick the lightest light and the darkest dark from that, and then I kind of just, I fill the character with the darkest dark, and then I pick the lightest light, and then I'll just start painting with that, and that's how I get these body textures.
Okay, I need to go make that then real quick.
Because then anything in between there is fine, right? Like I have the darkest dark color, I have the lightest light color. That's all I really need, you know. And then anything in between those two things is fine.
Human. Well, this feels real out of date, this version here. Yeah, that's not the... These are out of date ones. Let's go pull it from... I need to go through and like organize all the files and stuff and make sure we have things on the drive and everything's up to date. I have just a mishmash of crap all over the place.
Yeah, that's kind of where I think... I know you've gotten all of the master color swatches kind of in their own file. I would love to see a master list of just like leather, metal, skin, hair, blah 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 blah, like all the way down, and just have it be one PNG image that I could throw into a file. Like I do this where I'll like take those and then I just put them on the model, right? Like in one of the areas of the unwraps, and then I'll just turn that layer on whenever I need to color pick off of them, and then I can turn it off. And then I have like literally a master list of all the like swatches, right?
Yeah, I know. I need to do that. I think I made those like the high, low, and the mid. I made it like one or two of those. I think I might have sent it to you, but I think I might add, for my own sake, some additional middle increments as well. You don't have to use those, but I'm probably gonna use those. So I want to do that, and then I'll get those all. But yeah, it's one of the many things to do. All right, let's just do this. Paste. That's the female. Close enough. The darkest point is like in the fingers.
Top of her chest. Yep, that's the latest part.
The boob highlight is the probably it. Yeah.
That's your highest highlight right there.
Okay. Open. Apps. Is it lerps? No. Resources. Apps. Chain. Where did I put them? Oh, they're probably, yeah, they're in here somewhere. Okay. Skin lerps. Did I do one? Did I do a guide already? I do have a guide. Is it accurate?
Oh. No. I didn't even know that. Oh,
Me,
that one.
apparently me neither.
I don't have a skin one. When the hell did that happen?
I don't know. What's going on here? Let's turn that off. Yeah, so this is a little bit, the highest one is brighter. So it's not totally accurate, I guess. Oh, wait. No, it is. It was just matching so well, I didn't see it. Okay, well,
Word.
let me just double check the dark. Bet it's fine though. It's a little off. It's a little darker. Fill, color, sky. Go. And then it's just like the mid-tone.
Okay, now I can save. Now back to my shaman.
Hey man, thanks for your help, Dan.
Yeah, man. For sure. Absolutely.
We'll just do this.
Like I said, I'm glad we can kind of get those rolling out. You know what I mean? Save. Cool. All right. Oh, no, cancel. Oh, not a file. Export. OBJ.
Okay, saving.
What up, OBJ? Export. There we go. All right. I should be good now. So now, when I want to do that, it'll be gravy.
Skin style of value guide. Skin value guide. I'm gonna kick this out, and I'll make the collection of them all later.
Oh yeah.
Sending this to you, so you have it as well.
What's up?
The bonk command does not work anymore, Scruffy. I'm sorry, man. I need to get that out of the command. The bonk is never coming back.
Dead Jim.
I'm an artist, not a streamer, Jim. You didn't break the bonk. I broke the bonk. Bonk the bonk. Okay. So one way you do stuff typically is you fill with like the darkest dark, and then you just
dark, and then I'll just start I'll start like pulling my I'll start painting like the structure. So like, hey, where is his shoulder, right? And I'll start painting like the muscle structure kind of, right? And start kind of like pulling the shapes out of the darkness, right? It's kind of like if you've ever seen anybody draw, I believe it's called negative drawing. Let me just make sure I have the correct terminology of it.
What opacity do you work that in?
I normally do like a 50. I'll do like 50% and then kind of like start building my values for there, you know? And then if you really want to like say like, hey, there's a highlight right here. Like I know it's going to be really hot here. You can go 100% and then just like brush in the highest highlight part. You know, it's like, oh, top of his shoulder going to be the high highlight, right? Top of his head, high highlight, right? That sort of shit.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's get rid of the hair. Where's his hair?
But typically what I'll do is I'll start out by kind of just straight up laying in muscle structure. That's the first part, right? Like, where is it? Where does his biceps go, right? Where do they terminate? Where do they connect, right? Where, his shoulders, like how does that all come together, right? So I'll normally run through that, oh, where's his rib cage and his pectorals, right? And it's like, okay, where does his clavicle kind of sit? And like all that sort of stuff. I'll start working those in. into while I'm painting things, right? So this is kind of like the time to kind of like get those anchor points in, right?
Let's see how we do.
And then typically, like, what I'll do for the hands is once I'll basically work down to the wrists, and then I'll duplicate one of the other character's hands, and then I'll put it in, and then I'll touch it up from there. So that way I don't have to keep drawing the hands over and over again, because that can be just such a pain in the ass.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll do the same thing with the feet. Like, I won't paint the feet in, right? I'll just grab a character's feet, and then I'll go in and retouch them up once. You know, because then I'm not spending all the time like repainting the wheel, so to speak. Then I can actually look at like, ooh, I can add more detail here. Oh, I can add some veins and stuff, and like start focusing on those elements more than like, oh, I gotta repaint all the fingers again, right? No, we already done a couple of hands. Just steal one and throw them in there, right? I think the best set of hands I've actually made so far have been the Dark Elf hands. So if you want to nab those, like, and then throw them in and kind of massage those around, so that probably will help.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm here right now. 5:25. Where did the day go? Goodness gracious. It was literally just 2 o'clock earlier, I swear to God. Just lost 3 hours of time on I don't know what.
Yeah, dude, it's been the stream. It's been all 2.5 hours already. Like, I'm just starting the texturing, and it's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Why are these causing... Did I not attach the arms somehow? Why are these...
Are you painting on the full body? Oh. Yeah, that would be a problem.
Why are these not... Why are these having a thing? I guess it's... Is it a textile density thing? It can't be, because they...
No, it should paint across fine.
Let's see. It's just one vert.
Are they not the same on both sides? Maybe? No, that wouldn't cause it.
Arm.
What happens if you just move that whole thing?
It's patched.
Yeah, okay. It shouldn't be causing that seam, I'll tell you that right now. Ooh, in 3D code, just check this. Go to your view at the very top. You got a little bit of a delay, so I'm a little behind. View at the very top. And then under that, you want to select hand paint at the very top. There'll be third option down, and then you want to select low poly, which is at the middle, around the middle, and it should say low poly, and both of that'll help your texture painting stuff.
Okay.
That'll help a ton with your stuff. Always make sure that those settings are set in 3D Coat, because that helps immensely, especially with like painting over the middle seam areas and stuff. So
I think we're okay now.
maybe it was just picking up some weird edging or something. Like when you were painting it, you didn't get quite across the seam or something, and then it just freaked out. I don't know.
I don't know.
But yeah, once I get like the highlights and everything kind of defined, then I'll do like a set of like lines for like, again, like muscle structure and stuff to like define out where those go. And once that's all kind of done, then I'll start kind of like blending everything together and making it like trying to render as much of the stuff out as possible at that point, right? So once you get everything to a point where you're like, yeah, the lighting looks pretty good on this, and I like where all the anchor points are kind of sitting and that sort of stuff, that's when you can kind of start adding in some lines and like, you know, start really defining the shapes out and really developing the overall like the body and like final painting and stuff and touching up. But this is the part I do really enjoy about doing like the characters and stuff, because it's like it's about as close to sculpting as we get, right? Which I kind of dig. You know, we might be just painting muscles out and stuff, but it's the closest bit to sculpture that we get to.
Yeah. Yeah, I did try some stuff early on where I would sculpt it out and then bake stuff down and then use that as the base.
Mm-hmm.
Which was nice for me, but I think there was I felt some pressure that like folks didn't understand, you know. I was just like, maybe I should just learn how to paint. So,
you know, I think there are some good things that come from doing like the sculpting stuff, but I also think that yeah, there will be like a moment in doing all of that where you will need to know how to like do it through paint too, right? Because like once you need to jump in and start touching it up, like that is kind of like the important bit, just to have everything be like cohesive and the same.
yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it needs to be painted, but I don't know.
I think for like figuring out solutions and stuff, doing the sculpt stuff isn't a horrible way of doing it, you know. But yeah, like you're saying, when push comes to shove at the very end, when you're getting like the product out the door, I mean, it's gonna have to be hand painted, right? So
Yeah.
The model looks great. It does alganosis.
Thank you. He's just starting it, so I have plenty of time to fuck it up.
Nah, dude. Already it's starting to like get a form, and that's the cool part, right? Don't mind me. I'm just a disembodied voice on the call. So.
One thing that like, because of the way the legs are, like the silhouette, I'm like,
I mean, you're still gonna have to paint in the muscle structure the way.
Yeah,
that it is, right?
I'm just.
And I think there's like you already have some neat little lines in there that you can kind of exploratory, like drop in his kneecap, right? Like where does his kneecap be? And I think you're already starting to get some like nice looking like muscle structure area in there. You know what I mean?
You do
That's the cool part about doing the shadowing. Right?
Baby face upside down or something. It's like.
It's an upside down baby face, but I don't know if you'll have enough room. His knees are very small, so it's gonna have to be kind of.
Yeah. I don't know. Knees are not something I've practiced, so I need to.
Hey, I mean, it took me a couple of. Now I've done enough characters with this style. I've kind of gotten like the knees down, and once again, the dark elves probably are like anatomically the best characters I've done so far for our game. So
yeah, they're actually too good. People were telling you to pull it back.
Pull it back a little bit. Yeah. Well, I'm kind of excited because like I am kind of taking what I learned from those and kind of applying them into the wood elves when we do the redux on that, and then when I get around to it, the gnomies. That'll be another thing. Is like, do we want to touch up the male gnomes and stuff and get those kind of like?
Yeah, I
up a little bit, and I know
I would like to do some. I think the gnomes. Honestly, both of the gnomes could do with like.
Oh yeah.
Some sort of critical critique. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, I definitely know that especially on the lady, the female needs to just her face needs to get touched up real good. I don't know if anything in our model needs like huge amounts of adjustments, right? But like her texture needs to get a good critical pass on that. So. Again, just to bring them up to the level. Those are the first characters I ever made, so like learned a lot on this project over like the last like year and a half now, right? So.
Yeah.
Come a long way myself. I need the trolls in my life. Hey, they're on my list of things to do. Don't worry, we'll get to the trolls.
There you go.
How about no?
There's your answer. Scruffy asks, is Zach going to work on the high elves also? Curious on what your to-do list looks like. I mean, likely,
I think
because
they're on my list. Yeah.
He's done the other two elves, so it's like might as well have the same person.
Might as well keep them cohesive.
Yeah. So, but I don't know what the deal is there in terms of what's on the list. Well, high elves are gonna be a bit anyway, so.
Yeah, I mean we'll definitely probably have the trolls and probably even like I'm not speaking out of turn here, but like dependent on like scheduling and stuff, it's like we won't get to high elves before we get probably the trolls and the deep dwarves completed, more than likely. So high elves will be
definitely going to be one of the last ones, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Just because of I was answering this question earlier in stream. I think we're releasing content based on like location of stuff, so like that's why we're building the wood elf town, because it's right next to the dunes, and therefore we need the wood elves, and then the deep stuff is coming. That's why we got the deep dudes coming now, and I think high elves are kind of geographically kind of far away from the progression of content we're adding, so it's probably.
I mean, granted, would be like they're like one of the last races, right? That we would be doing.
Yeah, I kind of wonder. I don't know. I'm curious. Maybe we'll do them in tandem, but like Deep Dwarf and High Elf. I don't know which will come first.
Okay.
But those two anyway will be.
I mean,
Two
hell,
total.
we might be doing them at the same time. You never know.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like maybe it'll just be tandem at the same time.
Maybe.
So it's less about. I mean, the Deep Dwarfs are partially because of technical challenges we need to sort out with them.
I also had an idea about how to do some like fell creatures. I've been thinking about them in my mind, which are kind of like little demon monsters. Kind of been thinking about like how I want to like draw them, and then like how I would end up modeling and stuff. So like I might present them as like a monster type that we could like mess with.
Yeah.
Little like imp like freaking fell monsters, which are, you know.
Are any of them going to be purple? Because I know.
The fell monsters? They could be. I figure they could be red, purple, whatever, like, you know, demonoid-esque sort of color we want to make them.
One of the folks in the community, his little, I don't know if you know Primus, but his little avatar thing is like a purple imp. So
yeah, we can totally make them freaking purple. Sure.
Gotta make sure I have the right number of toes, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, like I said, I definitely wouldn't be too concerned about the feet, because, like I said, just grab them off of one of the other characters and slap them on there towards the end, then you don't have to fight that too hard. Unless you're really into feet and hands, then freaking.
I mean, I'll stub stuff in and then we'll see. I think it's probably a good thing to have them sort of standard, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, like I said, I always like try to gussy them up a little bit further, right? Like
feet, we can get away with more. Hands are definitely harder to, with all the gloves and shit. That stuff kind of.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons why I'm like I don't want to. That's why I just grab like basically human hands and then I just kind of like touch them up from there, you know, and like really like try to push the quality level and stuff. But yeah, that's kind of how I do those.
Asian Candy Thought asks, will upcoming test have PvP server? I think so. Yeah, I think this upcoming one is going to be like 5 days, so I think it's going to have all the servers that we normally have. So yeah, I believe so.
I like the idea of some monster models being more uncommon in the game. I know it's hard because of the team's resources and you guys wanted to be efficient. Yeah, that's kind of like, just know that off the rip, we might be reusing a lot of stuff. But in the future, like as more and more assets come online and we get a bigger roster of stuff and we start like parsing it down more and more, we'll be able to even like, I know that Sean's talked about like we're going to be adding areas into zones that are pretty empty right now because we have plans for stuff. It's just we don't have all the assets for them, right? And thus, you know, in the future too, we might like, hey, this zone has new monsters that have invaded the area or whatever, because now that's where they're going to live because we've brought them online, right? And that's kind of the idea there. So... kind of the idea that we have planned, at least as far as my understanding is.
Yeah, just that's one of the tenets of the thing is to continue going back into existing places and adding more stuff rather than expanding the world. I kind of wonder if we'll get to a point where the world is finite and then we won't really add more stuff. We'll add more content to the existing stuff, kind of. But I kind of feel like at a certain point, like if we become really successful, we'll have to add stuff eventually. Like, maybe shit comes from outer space, or I think it's always kind of weird when it's like, oh, we discovered a new continent. I suppose when it's like the age of discovery and there's like, you know, civilization hasn't explored much, then that makes sense. That's how you get away with it, I suppose.
Also that, yes. I think that's a good way to handle it, though, you know? Like, hey, some guys just came back with these new maps to, like, this undiscovered place that we didn't know existed, because we just found out that it's there, right? I think that works for a couple of things, but then, yeah, I think there's other elements in which you have to kind of, like, you know...
Yeah, I don't think we
bring
can
in
just
some
do
new,
it constantly.
fresh ideas. And I mean, in an age of like myth and magic and shit, I mean, like stuff can just fucking appear from nowhere. That's
True.
acceptable.
We're gonna have shit come from space, so.
Yeah, exactly. Which is also acceptable. It's just a different way of things getting there. You know what I mean? Like, same principle, like just different theme. You know, like.
Yeah.
Oh, look, the land of the lost appeared, right? Like, holy shit, there's dinosaurs now. What the fuck? I want to ride a triceratops. Can't wait for Pandaland.
Pandaland? Oh boy.
Never pandas. Just gonna let you know that right now. Me personally, if you say, "Oh, Zach, we're gonna schedule you to make panda people," I'm gonna be like, "Fuck you." I'm not working on that. I don't understand how anybody thought that was a good idea. I'll be honest with you.
Maybe they're trying to appeal to their Asian demographic. Probably.
I just don't like it. You could have picked a million other things for their stuff. It's kind of one of those moments where you're like, is this too on the nose? And when I think of like pandas, I'm like, yeah, that's way too on the nose.
Sharknado race. Wind shark Digins. Jins. I guess it's Jins, right? The D is silent.
Yes.
Let me pull up reference of these guys, so I just have them on hand.
Although, if I remember correctly now, I think there are Jins and Dojins. Let me just double check that.
I think in Vanguard they didn't even have the D, or maybe it's a different thing though. I think they had like
yes. So Jin, Dijin, and Genie all refer to the same supernatural being. So all three of them are correct. Because Jin is the original Arabic, Dijin is the Romanized version, and then Genie is just our stupid version of that. Oh, it was the French translation. It was Genie. There you go. So, Jin is the correct term, just for everybody's.
Had a little bit of.
Leave it to the French to call it a genie.
S. Try to disable this.
You're welcome.
Little tooth in here.
We're learning together.
See the eyes.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
They might be too far apart. There you go. I made them too high. It's gonna have space first. Forehead.
Also, can you for my my own sand? Oh shit, you've got a different version. If you hover to the upper right, is there a bunch of like buttons and stuff that come up? Do they just auto hide them in your primary window? Oh yeah, it's got to be, right?
These ones?
Oh yeah, you do. Yeah. So under that, if you click on your little camera, can you rotate down to? So if you click on the little camera,
Oh,
hovering over that stuff. Can you go down to rotate around last draw point? It's on the side, right side. It looks like a little camera.
Gotcha. Rotate around last draw point.
Yeah, and then does that work for you? Because the issue with my version is that stopped working for some reason. I just want to see if for your version, when you make a stroke,
it doesn't work.
It doesn't work. Okay. The way I've learned how to do that is if you press the F key, it'll retarget your rotational point to that spot.
Yeah, that's my preference. I prefer to manually set it.
See, I like having last draw point because typically I like rotating.
Can you just
working on it?
You set a
point
hotkey to that rotation pivot around last draw point. Because
F key is normally target location and then rotate around that. So that's what F key is. That F key sets your rotational point and then we'll rotate around. So if you F key,
I know how it works. I know how that works. I was wondering if
sadly the last draw point shit I've just never had. It used to work. Now apparently it just doesn't work anymore.
It doesn't seem to work for me.
It doesn't do anything. None of those settings do.
That's weird that it just sudden. I mean, I don't know if it was working for you and then it stopped recently. It's weird that it would just stop working.
Did you use a different one? Oh, the last draw point thing?
Yeah. No, I'm back to the F key thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Because I thought you were doing. You're like, oh, I figured it out, and I was like, wait, have I been missing something this whole time? But yeah, I haven't.
He's having a stroke. What? I'm genius! He's having a stroke.
Wow. Speaking of scary, love the tooth. How's it going? It's a little ghost. This is what our ghost should look like.
Yeah, right? Boo, I'm haunting you.
Oh shit, what is...
It's like Casper the Friendly Ghost going on over here, you know? Also, make sure you're naming your layers. Don't get confused.
Yeah. Don't know what to call this yet. It's blackout for now.
Yep. Normally I just name it like skin or whatever, you know.
It'll all get merged down eventually when I start solidifying where I'm at with it.
Mm-hmm.
feel like they're still a little bit big, maybe. Not getting enough. Whereas his on the concept, the eyes go kind of below the nose, which
I think they also don't they feel a smidge wider, maybe?
wider.
No, they're pretty thin actually.
They're
they
pretty
go below
narrow.
the nose. You're not wrong. Yeah, they are pretty narrow. You're right.
God.
I was gonna say you could always put it in your color palette, like import an image. That's normally why I throw it. Like you got your skin in there, but
Yeah. No, it's fine. Let's just try this. Well, it looks kind of different that way.
I mean, technically closer, I guess, to the concept.
Yeah.
Hey, baby, yeah. Proud of you using those dual layers, man.
Hmm?
So I'm proud of you using those dual layers where you got like your face and your skin set up separately, because that means like if you ever like, hey, I want to add a different face, you can just turn the face off, right? And then keep
Oh
messing
yeah.
with
I
shit.
mean, at this point, like everything is separate just because I'm got the training wheels on, but yeah.
I mean, I hope you keep at least the face part non-destructive like that, because again, it just makes it easier to come in and just paint a new face, right?
Yeah.
I know that gets a little bit more challenging though when you get to the point of like, oh, I need to get really finite detail the face part, so which I could understand. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna.
Well, I mean, I could always just like save it out separately and then have like a copied layer. Yeah.
I just feel like that's gonna be way too hard to like maintain. At that point, just collapse it into one layer, and we'll make do.
Well, having like a version to go back up to is never a bad thing.
Oh yeah, I guess true.
Even
I
if
mean,
it's
one thing I've done in the past too is like once you get it all done and you collapse everything down, yada yada yada, right? Like you can just save it out, triangle delete out the face sections that you don't really want, and then just paint a skin version, and then you can like repaste the face back in, and then do a cleanup on it. So that's a thing you can also do. I've done that in the past, so I don't. It doesn't really matter. Do it the way that you're comfortable with. Is I guess what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
There's a lot of solutions they can go back to.
let me dump some base color.
You guys want to buy some magic? Hey kid, you want some magic? Is that what we're calling the drugs in this world? Hell yeah!
I just imagine this little freak in the dark alley in Night Harbor. I don't know. I guess they'll make their way to Night Harbor, but I don't really see them as hanging out there much. Actually,
Maybe they just come out in the evening times, right? Like they're not out there and during the day, but then they like freaking run amok at night.
maybe that could work.
It's like the were rat. He comes out at night, mostly. Whatever happened to that guy, by the way?
Where at?
Yeah, the murderous were rat that would like walk around town just savaging players like in random places. Did you ever run into that during some of the playtests? Like all of a sudden there's just a were
have
rat
heard.
in the middle of the streets, just like.
Did you actually
slaughtering
see that,
players.
or is it just rumor?
Oh no, that's legit. I've seen it a couple of times.
I think I heard about it killing some hardcore folks. I kind of wonder if it got.
It just got loose
Chain-
and it's like running around
Well,
savaging things.
It might have just gotten changed or removed or something because, like, I don't know. I'm not going to speak on it because I don't know what the fuck happened.
Yeah.
But I
was just wondering if you had seen it in a while, because like I was wondering if
I've never seen it. I think, as far as I'm concerned, it's a rumor. it's a legend.
Gotcha.
It's our first legend. I've never seen it.
Oh, he's still there? Ah, okay. I was wondering about that. I saw him in Night Market? Oh shit, that's even worse. I always saw him like down in like the there's like a little bridge and then there's like an alleyway and like I've seen him down the alleyway a couple of times. And he's not very low level too, so he will murder you. Tale as old as time.
I feel like these eyes need to be a bit thicker.
Oh, who thinks the eyes need to be thicker now?
Is that what you said? And I ignored you?
No, I mean, you thinned them out, and I was like, but I mean, I think that was the good call. I think you're right, but they just need to be a smidge bit thicker, yeah.
Just a smidge. Trying to make sure I get the correct forehead ratio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, their quote unquote golden ratio is going to be really weird to like nail the width of the mouth versus like the anchor points for the eyes, because normally your mouth is supposed to go straight down from the center of the eye, right? And that's normally where the edges of your mouth are. This guy has like fucking Halloween face, right? Like
Yeah.
pumpkin face, which
just
is really
for my
weird.
own, I want to see what it looks like with round eyes, for my own curiosity, because I always kind of feel like
Just turn that up and make a new layer. That's what is the cool part about making them non-destructive.
yeah, that's what I did.
Hell yeah. Oh, I thought you were just gonna scale them vertically by like. I'm actually interested in how you're figuring this one out. All right.
Like if they were more classic, oh, sort of classically shaped eyes, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Just curious.
You know what's going to be cool? When we do an alternate look for them, we could do something like this too, where it's like maybe some of them have really stretched out eyes, maybe some are just more normal and round, right? Like,
yeah, actually, I don't know. Maybe I do like the stretched out eyes more, surprisingly.
I mean, I kind of like those ones too, surprisingly as well. Like, I think both are valid.
I don't know. Yeah, well,
Yeah, playing with the height. Yeah, exactly.
anyway, that's fine. Just as a test.
Now all you need to do is give him like the stitched up mouth, and he's fucking Jack from Halloween, right? Like, make his head very light. The smaller eyes making them look scarier. Yeah, dude. Tiny children's eyes looking at you when they're glowing, kind of creepy. I'll just say that. Am I streaming later tonight? Probably. Well, it depends. I've got D&D tonight. If you guys want to join me for D&D, it's probably going to happen around like. Well, let me double check and see if it got canceled because that normally happens too because it's D&D. Let me just double check before I'm like, yeah, we're gonna do D&D. Yeah, looks like we're still on. Fingers crossed. What's my race and class? I am playing a human cleric. And his little backstory is this was just supposed to be a one-shot campaign, so I just made a very boring character because I didn't really care. You know, I wasn't gonna go like wild or anything like that. But the way I kind of set him up is he is a D&D canceling groups. Who would do that? Cleric, that'd be rad to see. Yeah, I mean, like, so he is the way I set him up is he's an unreliable narrator. Because it was a one-shot, I kind of made a character that can just fit into any story arc. And so, like, what I end up doing is, like, when we're playing the game, because I normally DM, and this is a time when I was going to be a player, I'll just make up a story. My character will just say a thing, and then if my DM really likes it, he'll actually start incorporating those elements into the story. So my character kind of tells tall tales. He's like a folk hero, basically, so everybody knows him. And so because he's a folk hero, like there's all these like wild stories that people know and tell. And then like my character will go to like a bar or something and then just spread more stories. Because one of the other players is a Kenku bard. And then he'll like play his music and then I'll do little story sonnets of, you know, the Witches of Rossbrook is one of the stories that I told. And it was like this just like tale. And then the bard was playing like dramatic music while I was telling the story and whatever. And then like the story ends with like the 3 witches were burned at the stake and then everybody cheered and like that was like the most famous tale for or one of the famous tales for my character. Except the backstory turns out that like the witches were actually possibly my party that ended up like getting proved that they were like magic users and stuff, and then horrible things happened, and then my character was like hailed it as a hero, but actually he's not, you know? And so like there's like a little bit of this like, well, is my character a folk hero or is he like a tragic character, or like what's his backstory, like what's going on with him? So like I made him turned him into this really like, you don't know exactly if that's what my character is or not, but it's kind of like I can lie about things, right? Yeah, exactly. But then, like, all of a sudden, one of the tales was, like, I fought a bunch of vampires or some shit. And now all of a sudden, like, there's this vampire in our game that, like, I'm like, I know you, you know? And then my DM picked up on that I was like, I told the story about a vampire previously, like, killing my party, like, my adventuring party. Because this isn't the first adventuring party I've had either. This is, like, my character has never gotten, like, older. Like, or he's gotten really, really old, but he's never, like, gone up in level, right? And so, like, the way I treat it is, like, he would always go on these adventuring groups. They'd get absolutely obliterated, and then he'd go back to town. Like, he'd be the only survivor.
Well, that didn't go well. See you guys later.
Yep. No. Well, and then, like, he would survive through some means. Like, he's fated to continue to survive, but be tormented to, like, never, you know, like... So now he's with a new adventuring group. So that was kind of a reason why my character had gotten older. He's a wise adventurer, but like never has gained any experience, right? And so now he's going up through that. So that's my character anyway. So he's fun. He's very quote unquote boring, that everybody says, even though he's got like some pretty wild backstory stories. Also, the fact that I've been trying to kill him now, like legit trying to murder him for like the last year has made things really entertaining. Where like I'll suicide run into things and like just try to do as much damage as freaking possible and just nuke shit. And so that's been another.
Dude, the last time I played D&D, I made a character sheet, and I was like, oh, this, I made like a real character, and he died pretty soon, like immediately in the first session. I'm like, fuck. So I was like, I lost my investment in things, and so I made a new character, and I literally called him Red Shirt, and my goal was to get him killed.
Well, that's a little bit. I will say that yes, this character is kind of Red Shirt, right? In a way, but he's also playing a cleric of the light, and so he has like fireball. And like just he can like self detonate and stuff. So he does a ton of damage. Is the thing about him that's pretty crazy. So which is kind of entertaining.
Encanto says Zukan is making these deep gnomes so damn good. They're going to be so popular. I can tell they are already very popular. I think it's one of the most anticipated races, I think.
I will say, I think the deep dwarves are probably the most though, just because they're so wild looking.
Well, you could look at that the latest poll.
Oh, did we put up a poll? Oh, sick.
Yeah, let me see the survey.
I think all the deep races are like at the top. To be really honest with you.
If you picked, I'll play what's available until my race is added. What race are you waiting on? Most people said doesn't apply.
Yeah, because the race isn't out yet.
Yeah,
right?
but of the ones that people are still waiting on, lizard people
of course.
was the
That's gonna be
highest.
the number one.
Then it's troll, and then deep elves and deep gnomes were tied at third.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Deep dwarves were actually the lowest.
Oh.
Surprisingly.
Yeah, nobody wants to be a deep dwarf. Those guys. I
don't know. I kind of wonder what the situation is like. Is it like I'd actually be curious if anybody voted. Well, actually, I mean, I'm curious why that's so low. Actually, because I wonder if it's a case where people think they're cool looking, but they don't want to play as them, or just like the other races are cooler. I guess I don't know. It's interesting results.
Oh, here. I'll post in here for the D&D thing, just so you guys have a. We normally play around 9:30 Eastern, so we'll go from like 9 to 11. So I'll post that in here.
Hey, Classic Evercross, how you doing, man? The deep races are nutty. I may end up a deep AF. I think the deep dwarves look sick so far. Do you think they just look like? I guess because the thing is like, and this was something that has come up with discussions around the eyes for a lot of the races. For me personally, I think I'm not a super fan of like the eyes being like kind of shark eyes or like glowy eyes and stuff, because I think when you kind of relate to your character through the eyes in a way, at least for me, because I played a dark elf in EverQuest, and then our deep elves have was that supposed to be a link that you posted?
Yeah, that was to my buddy. He normally streams our like group stuff, so
It's only asterisks for me, so I don't know if that worked or not.
Oh. It did post on my end, so hopefully, I don't know. If it
Maybe
didn't,
it's just, maybe just mod view is blocking it for me. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. So like, I don't know. I kind of wonder if like for deep dwarves, it's like a thing where people or some of the deep elf, the deep races and stuff,
one of
they
the
think it's
things that
cool,
we-
and then they
Mhm.
they don't actually want to play it necessarily, or they can't relate. It's not a character they would make it their main kind of thing. I don't know,
Mhm.
but maybe
One
I'm
thing
just
we could do is, and I did this kind of on the deep elves, right? Is I kind of like fode in like eyeballs, like they're not really there; they're kind of ghosted in. It's also 6 o'clock, so I'm gonna work on some stuff. You don't see the link? Oh, I guess you don't allow links. Boo.
do you want to send it to me and I'll post it in there?
Oh,
Maybe-
sure.
Maybe it's just
Maybe that's what it is. You never know. Yeah, I'll just throw it in here. Boop. There you go.
copy, paste.
There you go. And then, but yeah, so like, yeah, because it's 6 o'clock. I can work on other stuff. I'll open 3D. Monsters in the race. Characters. Deep elf. I don't know. It should be on the working open. So like on the deep elf characters, like I kind of fode in a pupil. It's very light. It's barely there, but it's something we might be able to do for like their eyes, you know? Because like if you look at their face, right, like there's kind of like a shadow. It's very minor, but you can kind of see it in there.
Yeah.
So which might be a way for us to kind of like get away with doing that sort of stuff, right? With having kind of like a very light
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to do that whole R&D with the eyes anyway, to see. So that's one of the things we can mess with for them. I never play small races, but with Eminem, I'm making at least a Deep Gnome and Deep Dwarf. Deep Dwarves I don't think are small. I think they're quite large, actually. Let me double check. Oh, I guess they're about... I mean, they're roughly the stature of a dwarf, but I think they're going to be pretty wide. They're pretty big, and maybe we'll make them... I don't know, maybe they'll end up being a bit taller too. I don't know, we'll see. But they're not small. I don't think they're going to be small. I mean, they might be kind of short and stocky, but they'll be kind of thick boys, you know what I mean?
Oh Lord, he's coming.
I have a Deep Dwarf Inquisitor plan, but I am more excited for the other races. I will not lie. Didn't know it was there, so didn't vote. Gotta stay up to date. Wicca on the Discord there. I think the knees. I made the knees too short. Let's review this.
I'm not gonna lie, the more I'm looking at the Dark Elf male, the more I'm getting like freaking, because I'm rewatching Star Trek Next Generation, right? The more I look at this this deep elf, the more I'm getting Data vibes. Like if I turn his hair on, like Commander Data, what are you doing in this game?
Kind of. I can see what you're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. See, I'm not the only crazy person about this.
Mr. Cottleshire says might have to do a deep dwarf not being playable their class. What? True. Also, hi. How you doing, Mr. C?
Screw it. Everybody's understanding where I'm coming from now. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Yeah, because I'm annoyed and you're a droid.
Thulin says might be interesting to see deep races have like bioluminescent makeup or something that only shows up when it's dark. They all look the same in the day, but at night they all are all unique. It's an interesting thought.
Mm-hmm.
I think I feel like I say it a bunch in various conversations, but in case I haven't said it here, I feel like the old curmudgeon of the team at times. So I'm like,
You are
my first,
accurate.
yeah. I'm the old man who doesn't like stuff on his lawn, and my first thought is glowing stuff on the characters. I don't know about that. Not in my EQ.
I
But
hate change. I'm old.
yeah. Where's my dude, I need to make like a hose, like a spray you with the hose thing for the stream or something.
Yeah, dude.
Get off of my lawn. Brr.
And then you remember the Night Elf city being pure neon lights. Dark Elf, yeah.
Doing well, Deep Gnome, looking good. Thanks, man.
I do think more like face paints, or for like the deep, like the like tattoos and stuff would be cool, for like the dwarves and shit.
We just need to do more of that stuff in general, I think.
Yeah.
That just kind of goes hand in hand with when we want to do more face stuff and hair stuff. So, but a lot of the stuff that we have, I just kind of thrown in there, because it'd be cool to have, also to test stuff out. Like, the halflings have kind of they're a little one of the extra feature options is their nose gets a little more blush. They get like freckles and stuff. And I was testing to see if I could do like a texture that's like has some opacity to it, so it's just a subtle change, and that turned out okay, which is kind of neat. So we could try and do makeup and stuff that way, maybe. I don't know. The tricky part is like when you do makeup, unless we have it so that like stuff is like specific to the face, like we need to make sure things are line up enough. Like either we need to have a bunch of faces all the same, or we need to have the makeup be vague enough that it works for everything.
Yeah, that's kind of where it's like having like the face tattoos and stuff works good, like the face paint and stuff that you've got for like the elves looks really good, and like if we did some tattoos for the dwarves and whatnot, like facial tattoos and stuff, I think stuff like that is good, as long as we like keep out of like the eye area / nose mouth area, right? And then
Yeah.
those can all change and do whatever. I don't think we'll ever do anything like makeup or anything like that. Maybe for like cheeks, you could do cheek makeup.
Yeah, like I
know,
said, the halflings
those
have
cheeks and stuff.
their halflings, their nose and kind of their cheek area, but there's only one face for them. But I don't expect we'll do a ton of crazy stuff with the female halfling face anyway, so it's probably safe. That'll be relatively conservative, I'd expect. Anaraku says, on Chinny D's stream, he was placing icons on city signs like the bathhouse, and it stays brightly lit at night. Those are like sprite decals. Probably they're not affected by the lighting of things. That would actually be kind of interesting if we made like, I mean, that could be a potential way of doing some stuff where we duplicate the face. I mean, I don't know if we need to though, but in theory, if we wanted to, I mean, if we wanted the materials to be affected differently, then we could like duplicate the face and then have the makeup or face paint on that layer, and then have it have different like texture settings or something. So I mean, that is maybe something, but we'd have to look into that. What makes sense and what we even want to do. So, but I mean, this was something that came up with the discussion about how to even do these guys' eyes, because we can't just add an emissive map like you normally would, because of the way our characters are set up. We don't have the bandwidth in the shader to add any additional textures or maps. So just clip that scene from Gran Torino when Clint Eastwood yells at, dude, that's a good idea. Yeah, I'll do that. Let me take a screenshot of that so I remember. I was gonna get some more movie clips as well for the redeem things. Dude's car says, "Hello, sir. What sort of terrifying monster are we working on today?" Dude, this is the Deep Gnome. Deep Gnome Boyo.
Okay.
Anyone else love the Warhammer dwarf look? Red Mohawk? I think that's pretty cool, but we're definitely not going to do that stuff for our game. I think we all agree it's cool, but I think we don't want to tread on that, basically. So I don't think we'll have any. I don't think we'll really have any mohawks from it, from what it sounded like, for dwarves. You can't make them glow in the same way fire beetles. No, the fire beetles use an emissive map, so we can't. That doesn't. It's not compatible with the lerping system. That's why the beetles are actually set up in an entirely different way. So we can do it for NPCs that we don't need to do a bunch of swapping or equip armor with, but for players or humanoids that wear armor, we don't really have the capacity for emissive maps because of the way we set up stuff specifically. So unless we get the shader system kind of reworked to accommodate more of that stuff, that's kind of our limitation right now. Which it's a bit of a bummer, but you know, we're not hurting terribly because we don't need emissives on everything. It would be nice to have like normal maps though, or specular maps and stuff, but I think we have a lot of great stuff already.
I mean, again, if we made the eyes a specialty texture, you know, where you could change the color and you could have the emissiveness, right? Because it wasn't part of that system, right? And like on its own,
Yeah, I mean,
plane, right? And it's on its own texture comparatively, sure, but yeah, that would be the
I mean,
only
that's
way
what
we
we're
could
probably
do
gonna
it.
end up doing. We could like have their eyebrow plane kind of thing be separate or something, but we won't. It's gonna be static because we can't plug it into data. So everyone's gonna have. So I think the way I'm thinking of doing it is the eyes, the base texture in the eyes, and all that stuff like this will be in the lerping system, and then we just have a card on top that just does the glowing bit. And I was thinking maybe I could do like a little particle and have it kind of like warble a little bit. That might be kind of interesting. See what people think of that. But that's going to be, again, it can't be plugged into data. It's going to be hard. You're going to have a hard coded like glowy bit. So actually that might present problems. I wonder if that'll present problems with any equipment. Now I'm thinking about it. I mean, how do you do an eye patch or something like that? I don't know.
Again, how do you do an eye patch when the character's face is gigantic? Like,
Yeah.
think about this. If we add eye patches into the game, it's never going to fit over those eyes. So, no.
I mean, we'll have to make a really dumb big eye patch, I guess.
Which has to be specially made for that character in particular, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying, is like, if you ever did an eye patch as like a thing, it has to be specifically for those dudes, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Classic EverQuest says, I remember the conversation about Deep Gnome eyes from the stream last week. Were you able to come up with possible stream? Yeah, I mean, kind of just what I said was sort of the solution, but we have to try it out and see how it goes. So it's not like it's not like set in stone. It's we have a direction to go in.
We theory crafted some ways we might be able to do it, but we haven't positively identified like the best way forward. It's a little bit more on them gloves.
Hmm. How did that happen? I wonder. Like helmets and stuff. Yeah, I mean helmets for the most part will be the same situation. But
Yeah, I don't think.
it's just eyes. Anything that's like like a eye patch or something. Anything specific to that kind of thing.
Well, wouldn't that be its own? Oh, I see what you're saying though, because we wouldn't be able to control the fact that that plane gets turned off or whatever. You know, I see what you're saying.
I mean, if we make the thing something that we can just disable, like if we call it a beard, for example, and then we can disable it that way, then we could, in theory. But then the problem is, like, if you have an eye patch and you say disable the quote unquote beard,
disable both anyway.
Yeah, it'll disable both
the
eyes.
Glow. The eyes won't even just glow, right? So yeah.
Maybe if we,
off eye glow.
I think what we'd have to do is like keep it really close to the head, because it'll just be like a particle or like something with an emissive. It doesn't need to have like outward volume. And then if we do an eye patch, we just kind of make it overcompensate probably for it, and then maybe we'll be fine. Don't know, man.
Through modeling. Oh.
Well, the eye patch, yeah, I think because
because I know that like the ogre has an eye patch, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking. Okay, well, I'm thinking there's two different ways to do an eye patch. And the ogre one is a facial feature, and not everybody has an eye patch through facial feature. Not everyone will have an eye patch through facial feature. However, WoW has like that eye patch helmet item, right? We could do something like that where it's more geo based, and then for each race, we'd have to make it fit to their thing. And if we did it that way for these guys, then we just have to model it to overcompensate, and then maybe it'll be fine.
Just maybe it'd be even funnier if it's just this tiny one, and then it's just you can see that he still has an eyeball, and it's totally fine.
Kind of, yeah.
And it's just tiny, and it's just way more goofy and stupid. But hey, that's what happens when you're not thinking about customization and stuff when you're just making things, right?
Yeah.
This is one of those moments when you're like, oh, we didn't completely think through this, and now all of a sudden it's a problem, right? Like that's kind of one of those things that can happen.
I mean, I would do that for the lulz and kind of see, but
Yep.
I feel like it wouldn't really fly in the long term.
That's kind of one of those moments when you just say, well, we don't really have a way to fix it, so that's what it is. Too bad.
Define Possum says, fuck it, just make them glow like Mr. Burns when he's radioactive.
There you go.
Isn't he just all glow? Gonna make me Google radioactive Mr. Burns.
Radioactive Burns. Oh, don't type that in. You make sure you add the Mr. in there.
Oh no! Yeah, no, I got the right
Make
one.
sure you add the Mr. in there.
Could also be used as bait, as in intentional. I would think if someone conscientiously made the choice to build a Deep Gnome for PvP, they would have already accepted the glow. An eye patch isn't a fix for Deep Gnome's eyes, only covers one eye. Still got the other one. Well, they see that that's what I was saying. Like, if we had the one eye patch disable the glowy thing, so there wasn't any clipping problems, it would disable both, and that would be a problem. So, yeah.
Also, that I think what he's talking about is that this comes back around to the thing that I talked about before, is that glowing eyes are a PvP issue.
Right.
You know, where it's like, if they are literally the only race in the game that actually has glowing eyes, kind of sucks if you're going to roll a Deep Gnome, because like you're visible 24/7 basically because you have glowing eyes. All right.
Yeah.
Which
Well,
for PvP is kind of a downer in that regard. So
yeah, we'll see. I think I brought it up. I don't remember.
hey, you just got to walk around with your back to everybody, and they can't see you coming.
Just said they'll just. I mean, we have already the one full face helmet. Maybe we'll make more, and then that'll just be like the meta for them. Have to have it, or you're screwed.
You just see eyes moving around. Yeah, that'd be pretty sick. I mean, Batman does it fine. I don't understand what the problem is. If Batman can walk around with glowing white eyes,
when
nobody else sees him.
When he's hiding in the shadow, you think he just like closes his eyes? It's like I hope the ninjas don't find me.
Ooh, I hope the ninjas don't find me.
Oh, woo woo.
Ooh, there goes Space Ghost. Go get him.
Sounded like that sheriff from Alabama that was in the Roger Moore James Bond films. Sheriff PTW or something like that. Some ridiculous character. That's why like the Roger Moore films are just goofy as hell. Some of them are pretty iconic though, which it's the only reason he gets the pass. Like Man with a Golden Gun and Moonraker, pretty cool, but hella goofy. Shout out Roger Moore. He's maybe the third best Bond in on my stack. It's obviously Pierce Brosnan. Then I really like oh man, what's his name? License to Kill. Guy from License to Kill. Dalton, right? Timothy Dalton. Yeah. Sheriff J.W. Pepper. That's that motherfucker. He's a sign of the times, that gentleman. And then Roger Moore, just because like some of his films are just like undeniably like iconic like that. You know what I mean? So and then I mean, let's see. Let's look at the list. You got me thinking about it now. I got myself thinking about it, really. I mean, Sean Connery is he was the first one, but I don't really like a lot of his movies. Goldfinger is good. You Only Live Twice was weird because he underwent surgery to become Asian, and all they did was put like some eye slanty slit things on his thing and gave him a wig. But then they didn't even use the eye slanty things because they're so ridiculous. And you know what I didn't realize? Because they in the 60s, they were so like stupid about that shit. Like Dr. No, I guess, is supposed to be an Asian character, but they cast a white dude, and then they just like did some of that lame prosthetic shit kind of, sort of like really lazily to try and make him look more Asian, I guess. It didn't work because I thought he was just a weird looking white guy for the longest time. So I don't like that stuff. Like you lose points in my book when you do stuff like that because it's only confusing. Just like cast an Asian guy for the love of God, or whatever race you're trying to make the character. But yeah. But yeah, I think Pierce Brosnan and Timothy Dalton have some of my favorite best Bond movies. And then there's just the iconic ones from Moore and Connery that are good to watch too. So you can add me in the comments about my choices.
I mean, there's just something so classic about GoldenEye, you know?
Yeah. It feels like a long movie too. It's just because it just when you think you get to the end of it, it's stuff keeps going. But it's only 2 hours. So it's not
Yeah, that's because I think it's well paced is why. You know what I mean? Like there's nice slow areas where it makes it feel a little bit longer, and then there's like nice action scenes where you're like, oh man, things are going off right now. He's driving a tank down like the river aisles and stuff. Like, oh my gosh! And then all of a sudden it goes to like a really nice slow establishing. That's the other thing too. I think it does really well is like it does really good at like establishing. You know, even the opening one, like the whole opening sequence, right? Like they literally were able to map all that in the GoldenEye video game and basically made it almost 1-to-1 with like how the layout was in the movie. You know what I mean?
Wait, they made a video game? No, yeah, I gotcha. No, that's a cool thing. Yeah. Because you could play the game like and remember, or you could do either one in either order and you recognize the stuff. But George Lesman, his one wasn't bad. It's just kind of a shame they only gave him one. I don't particularly care for the plot in that movie. It was kind of, I don't part of, like, they kept recasting Blofeld. I guess they're clones though, or something. But like, I don't know, the constant like recasting of that character, it made it hard for me to like understand the through line of the whole thing. And so the plot of this kind of centering around that dude, I'm just like, I don't really care about the character. I don't care about the plot. Is this the one that has like the gypsy thing too?
A question. What if they would have done, like recently, they had picked up Idris Elba for a Bond film? Would you be down with the Idris?
I mean, I like him.
I think he would make a pretty good Bond.
I think, yeah, I mean, I think he would do a good job, but yeah, I don't know. I don't really like it when...
Oh, here comes the curmudgeon.
Yeah,
Get off my lawn. Like, you're changing things on me.
Yeah, it's just like the character is a certain thing. I mean, like, I don't know. It's weird because like it depends. It depends on the situation as well. Because like,
oh no, Mike. Oh no,
Mike Myers.
Oh,
dude. Well, okay. So I'll put it this way. Like, I don't.
It's gonna be Goldfinger. You know, it's gonna be Goldfinger.
I didn't really.
Goldmember from frickin'.
I didn't really like Daniel Craig as Bond because he didn't have black hair. And I didn't really like I like the older Bonds, so like it was such a newer thing. a newer vibe, and I don't know, maybe they're going for like a prequel kind of thing. Maybe that's why it was so different, but like it's more actiony and stuff too, and you know,
Yeah.
I don't know. I like the classic where it's like more intrigue, spy shit, and you get the gadgets and stuff, and like it was more of an action film. So
Yeah, I will say I did like Casino Royale a lot, only because the combat scenes were so like you could feel it. You know, when people were getting hit, it felt like they were getting hit. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of one of those things where it's like if you're gonna have action, at least make the action really, really good. And it felt like the action in that was like really grounded and felt good. You know, if you're gonna say anything about the new Bonds, I'd say like Casino Royale is still like one of the better ones, you know, in terms of like new Bond.
but what I was going to say though as well, Nick, to the George Lasbin thing, my favorite part about Her Majesty's Secret Service was at the beginning when he saves the girl and then she runs off. She like steals his car and drives away. And then he jims the camera and he's like, that never happened to the other fella. Because he was like the first Bond after Connery, so they were tongue-in-cheek joke about the recasting. I thought that was kind of funny. But Classic EverQuest says, I like Daniel Craig a lot, but I didn't want to say anything since he's the newest one. Yeah, I mean, nothing against Daniel Craig as an actor. I actually really liked him in that sort of Sherlock Holmesy murder mystery movies, the Knives Out and Glass Onion. That character he played really well. I don't know. I like the Pierce Brosnan, Timothy Dalton style Bond. That's what I think of Bond. So
I think that's completely acceptable. I mean, it's just hard to follow up Pierce Brosnan. I'm not gonna lie. Like he just put the cherry on top of like, here's how you actually play Bond. Out of all of the other ones, right?
I think actually, Dalton is, from what I've heard, I haven't read the books, but I think Dalton is like
Most accurate, book accurate.
more book accurate. I think he might be too handsome though. Like I think actually Bond isn't actually, he's more average maybe. But he's more psychopathic. So maybe Craig is actually kind of more accurate Bond in that regard. I don't know.
I mean, again, Dalton did a great job. I think you're spot on with your assessments, right? Like I said, if you're gonna go with the more actiony Bond, though, I feel like again, Casino Royale did it about as good as you could do it, you know.
But what about that one where Roger Moore dresses up as a clown to defuse the bomb at the circus, and he has to fight those circus people that throw knives at him? Isn't that the best Bond?
What about the one where he had to climb inside a giant robotic alligator?
Oh yeah, is that Octopussy?
I think so, yeah.
I mean, that one's not. That's kind of one. That's one of the gadgets that he got from Q. It actually makes sense. That's the. You know what's actually more ridiculous in that movie is the guy with the saw blades as his attack. Like he had like these saw blades on like some string.
Yeah, it was like
and he could
on Odd Job, except he threw saw blades.
Yeah,
instead.
he could, but he could only drop them down or bring them up. He couldn't really like do anything else with them. So he only had like attacked people that he was like standing above. That's so fucking stupid. All you have to do to defeat that guy is just stand on the same level as him. or just
I do
not
like,
directly
once again,
below
I
him.
did- It's kind of one of those things where, like, the one with I forget what it was, Daniel Craig. It was a Daniel Craig one, and the one where it was like the bad guy turns out to be another MI6 guy that tried to take the cyanide fucking pill, and it burned like half his fucking face off.
Oh, that's cool.
I thought that was actually a really good villain because it's like, oh, he's
No, he
MI6 trained.
That's from GoldenEye, the 006. It's because he got blown up in the bomb.
Yeah.
That's the like burn victim stuff.
Yeah, but I did like the idea of like, oh, I got captured and I tried to freaking off myself and it didn't work, and now I'm really pissed about that shit. I'm like, I can commiserate with that mentality, right? Like, I'd be pretty pissed about that too.
Oddjob, the original OP video game character. Yeah.
Yep. That's the one we still like anytime we play GoldenEye on 64. Like, it's like no Oddjob.
No Oddjob. Yeah.
You know, nobody gets to play Oddjob.
Slappers only, no Oddjob.
Yep. Actually, like the last game that we did recently was like, it was random map with proximity grenades, which that was a shit show. Proximity grenades, oh god. And I think we got caves, so it was like you're like walking around just trying to spot the proximity mines in dark, like sheer darkness. It was brutal.
The cyanide thing was Skyfall, I think. Oh, interesting.
Yeah. What's the Skyfall? I can't remember.
Skyfall. I haven't seen.
No, I think it was the one before Skyfall. It was Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe it was. Was it?
I haven't seen Skyfall in a while. I need to watch.
No, it wasn't Skyfall.
Quantum of Solace is before Skyfall. I need to go watch all of those again. Spectre was pretty good, I think.
I think it was Spectre. I think was the one I'm thinking of.
No Time to Die was
that was the last one. It was not yeah, I think it was Spectre is the one you're thinking of. With the cyanide dude.
My brother would style me with proximity mines. I was partial to grenade launchers.
Yeah, dude.
I like doing like dual wielding like the pistols and just like clicking the button real fast and just like pelting people. Like I would do like dual PP7s and then just unload on people.
Hell yeah. Oh, maybe you were right. No, which the fuck one is it?
You looking for the cyanide one? I don't remember that at all.
Was it No Time to? Was it really? Let me No Time to Die cast. Maybe I was thinking No Time to Die, and I really did not like the ending for that one. No. Yeah, it wasn't No Time to Die. Definitely not. I'm trying to find the guy that played the villain for that one.
The actor for Random Task was that? Oh, that was from Austin Powers, right?
Random Task, yeah, dude.
Who's the actor for that? Was he the same guy?
Oh no, it was Spectre. It was Spectre. Javier Bardem. I was trying to remember the actor's name. He did a good job, I felt. Spectre was the one I was thinking of.
Did they get the same guy for random task? No way. That's hilarious if so. I gotta. Which one was random task
No,
in?
different guy. Odd job and random task, two different guys.
Okay. Well, in this wiki has a photo of him though, so I was confused.
Ugh. No, the odd job was in the only filmography for him. Was for he was in Goldfinger and then he was in Inspector Gadget, and those were the only two films he was ever in.
Hmm.
Oh, dude, he was in the NWA? No shit. Nice. Oh no, did have a couple feature films. Let's see.
He did some bad stuff and got sent to jail. That's what
he did. He was in NWA and he did some WWC as well in Puerto Rico. Yeah, his last film was 1982. So no, he wouldn't have been alive or in film by then.
That's a bummer.
Yeah. That would have been a good get for Mike Myers for sure.
Somehow I fucked this up.
And
somehow Palpatine returned. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. So we'll just leave this little guy here for a sec. BRB.
as he was walking around with his headphones on, so don't worry.
Yeah, I totally didn't hear everything that you were saying with my wireless headset on.
No, you didn't hear anything.
I don't think you're alone. I think there are others that are into it. So, I mean, I won't fight it. It's not like outrageous. We have things that are probably more ridiculous already that are sticking around. So,
I think we could like improve on some things. Like again, like one of the things I've talked about is like I want to update the human faces to make them look better, and I think we can like push those, right? Like we'll make sure to back up the originals just in case, right? But I do think we should try to like improve the look of some of our character textures and stuff to like, you know. One thing that I'm always kind of like focused on now while I'm working on these is like how much more realistic can I paint this, right? Like how many little dash lines and like wrinkles and like that sort of stuff can I like add in? You know, how much more texture can I get into this? You know, to try to like really push our like again, I know it's hand painted. We're still stylized, right? But like the goal should be to like how much realism can I pump into this like hand painted texture, right? Which is the challenge. It's hard. It's not easy. I'll tell you that right now. Like, but I think that really does like add to the style of the game that we're going for, which is like super high detailed stylized work, right? So if you go into it with the mentality of I'm painting this as real as I can get it, that's I think where that hits kind of the style we go for. But fantastic realism is the original target. Then my mentality is in the right place. It's like every character should look like that still from Ren and Stimpy whenever they do like those real last cuts out of the cartoon, right? Like that's how every character I always envisioned should look,
The
Where it's
gross
like when they did
ups.
the still. Yeah, But then whenever they did like that still of like, hey, it's a cartoon, and then they like you have that one shot of the super high rendered detail thing, and like that's what every character, like every texture should be.
I'm gonna only let my kids watch episodes 4 through 6 modified by some random dude on the internet. Not be terrible. Oh, what?
Episodes of I'm not sure episodes which 4 through 6.
I don't understand the context.
I
There.
might have said something and then it applies to that, but I might have
Yeah,
lost track.
that was probably based on what was going on when I was in the bathroom.
Hey, weren't you listening? Come on, man.
I wasn't totally listening. I started listening after the part you where you said,
sure.
"Don't tell Zukan."
That's what it totally was. Yeah.
I'm still waiting for him to add back my human hairstyle that he removed. Which one?
Yeah, I'm confused. I didn't think we had removed anything yet.
I did remove or swap out that one hairstyle with the Jesus hair. I don't even remember what that used to look like now.
Oh, it got replaced.
Which one? You're probably thinking of that one, I guess, because I don't know.
I mean, if you
You'll have to let me know. Maybe I can dig it up in the older files or something if we want to keep it. I used to have some random old style. I think the idea was to update it. Yeah, I mean, I did update that one of them. Well, then we need to update. There's that other long-haired one, the swept back one. We need to update that to be more in line with the current thing, the current plan. Shidako, thank you for the follow. Oh man, this one's all fucked. I need to. What the fuck? I need to add an edge here or something, maybe on the toes.
Huh? For what? Where what?
The toes are getting.
You need to flip the edge. The edge is going the wrong way.
Yes.
That'll fix it.
Yeah.
That if you flip the edge, it'll work. Which you can flip it in Blender and then just re-import it, and it should just replace.
It just manually put one in there too, though. What I was gonna do.
You could. I probably would. I'd probably do it for both sides. I wouldn't just do it for one. But that's why you're
both
that's why
toes
your
like this.
That's why your toes are looking all wobbly.
Yeah.
But, yep.
I think I might need to have them both go the same way.
Yes, they should both go the same way. Yep, you're correct. This is correct. They both need to go the same way.
There we go. Okay. I should also save this before I do anything in case stuff goes haywire.
Also,
I haven't saved this yet. So, maps, Deep Gnome, Deep Gnome, mail, or it's technically it's gnome mail underscore deep skin 00. And then export. Import this. Import to replace geo only. Yes, please.
Yep.
Okay.
And now his toes should look normal.
Hooray! That's better.
So I found that there was an issue with Pedro. One of his edges in his groin is flipped the wrong direction, and I was like painting stuff. I'm like, why the hell is this freaking out? And I'm like looking at the UVs. It's like they're perfect. I'm like, I don't understand why one side looks different from the other. And then I was like, wait a second, it's the edges flipped the wrong direction on one side compared to the other. And sure enough, that's what was causing the issue. I would say don't worry about the toes too much, unless you really want to make them look really weird. Then yeah, go for it. Give them those weird toesies.
Yeah, I'll roll with this for now. It's good practice either way. I can.
Mm-hmm.
The toes we have a lot more, other than like for the big toe and the sandal. There's a lot of room for these to goof around, but I can always just like redo it.
Hey, you know what? I will never say no to anybody going, hey, I want to do this to learn. You know what I mean? Like, I'll never push back on that ever. Yeah. So, yeah. Go for it. I'm in.
All right, these are different.
Well, don't worry, Nick. We got to go through and do some updates on a bunch of the hair stuff anyway. You know, Zukan and I have kind of like made some like determinations about like how we should do the hair. You know, for most of the characters now, we put in some guidelines for ourselves as we've been like working on things. So, you know, as we move forward, you know, we'll be able to like clean up some of the like the past mistakes we've made and like update stuff. Like even my giants, like the way that I did their beard, we're probably gonna like update their beards to be more how the dwarves' beards are, and then we're gonna change like a bunch of the elements of like how their hair works and stuff. But you know, it's kind of one of those things to like get that consistency. I think is really important.
Yeah, the hair was changed. I think because we've been like trying different stuff when we do hair, and it seemed like the latest iteration of stuff was received well, but maybe I'm wrong if there's something up with that. But like that, you know, when that last big test we had, we did up a couple old hairstyles. You're probably thinking of the kind of shorter hair, maybe. Do you want like a shorter hair? I'm remembering now which one it was that I replaced. The old one that was made with cards. We're definitely not doing cards anymore. Hair cards. That was like.
But we can do something like what's on this character, right? So we can still do short hair. We're just gonna do it in a different way, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's just the method of in which we make stuff we're standardizing. But obviously we can make hairstyles of a certain style and things. So that's why that one got changed. And actually it was that hairstyle was always supposed to be a longer hairstyle. It's just because the way it was built, the longer portion of the hair never showed up. It was also supposed to have sideburns, which never showed up. So it wasn't even showing like what it was supposed to look like, because the system just didn't support it. So
thanks, Mipping. That's one of the things.
It wasn't even mipping. It was
mipping?
I built the whole hair thing in cards, and then I made like a major section, and then I did the nape as a separate asset in a separate prefab, and then I did the sideburns the same way. And they were supposed to come together, and then they were supposed to hide certain pieces depending on what helmet you were wearing. That was going to be our solution to helmet hair previously.
Man, that's way too complex.
Yeah, that's why we're not doing it anymore. you may have noticed that it isn't working.
Okay, about that. All right.
So,
by the way, we still need to do the short/long helmet hair. So that's
yeah. Well, we need to do literally any of the helmet hairs, I think, right? I haven't done those yet.
Well, the way that I'm kind of thinking about it is if we make it for the human, right? We make our helmet hair the short version and the long version, right? Then we can adapt that hair to whatever character we need to apply it to. You know what I mean? So we model it out for the head that we like, the major head, and then we'll just change the geometry, but try to like keep the unwraps exactly the same. You know, keep the length the same and all that sort of stuff. Kind of like what you do with your helmets. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that
and
makes
try
sense.
to like adjust them to fit on all the different heads, and then we'll have to fine tune those. And then every character will have like a short hair and a long hair version. So that way, hopefully, we can make it so that way when you have long hair and equip a helmet, you get the long-haired helmet version of the hair, which will just be a plane, right? Like it won't be anything spectacular, but it'll be like simplified. But at least your character will show that it still has long hair even when you have a helmet on. And
right.
I think that'll be good.
I think that should work.
Or if you have short hair, then I would pull the short hair helmet hair. So that way it's like, yes, we can mark that to when you...
Well, weren't you talking about it just being the same one and we just swapped the texture for the short, long, or whatever? So we are only making one basically and fitting it...
Yeah, and then there will be a texture for long hair and a texture for... Like, the plane will be exactly the same. You're only going to have to make one plane, right? The idea behind this is like you make one plane, it's long, and we'll texture a short hair variant, right, of the texture. So we'll literally have one model, right? And it'll have two textures. And then like when you equip a helmet, it'll just log whatever like length we decide to like apply to your hair. Like whatever we decide, like, hey, this hair right now that you have on this character, right, on this Deep Gnome is short. We need to like set that in a data entry that it's like short hair. But then every time that you equip a helmet and you have the short haired called, it'll switch to adding that texture onto the...
Yeah, I know exactly how to build it. Is all we need is tech to have it do that swap. Yeah, like I've actually started already building the prefab stuff. So we just need to make the... Like, it's the way it's going to be... Way I'm setting it up in Unity is... there's the hair that you pick that has the designation, you know, like I think it's like 00A or something.
Mhm.
And then so when there's going to be the B version, which is going to be the helmet hair version. So we just needed to swap. So we can correspond all the hair numerical values to the you know, the helmet hair versions essentially. So, but I mean, it'll all be the same. So the prefab will probably just be the same thing, and it'll just have the whatever texture it needs to pull inside there, and then it'll do it accordingly. So
Let me restate what I previously said. Hair, yeah, brother.
and then the cool thing about that is if we want to go off book, like let's say there's a particular hairstyle that doesn't somehow fit into that, and we want to put the time into, you know, doing a
new texture,
like a helmet hair version that is more accurate to that, then it'll have a slot already, and we can just so it's
because like again, it'll never change the fact that it's a plane, right? And if we make it long enough, then that should accommodate most hairs. So if you're like, hey, we want to add it so it looks like a ponytail or pigtails, we could add that through texture, right? As long as we unwrap the plane correctly, we should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's
like Trevor Lawrence on the Jaguars helmet hair. Yes, exactly like that, right? But now if you were like, hey, I had a short haircut, we could texture it so that it's like a shortcut, right? And then it would just show kind of like the bottoms of the hair at the bottom of your head, right? And so like with one plane that kind of like fits over the character's head, we can make a set of hair that's like always underneath the helmet, and it can be short or long, or it can be pigtails or a ponytail, right? And then that should accommodate most hair, right? To no matter what. But I think to start, we were just kind of talking about having two options: short hair, long hair. You know, if we want, the difficulty will be getting the one hair model to fit on all characters' heads, because we're going to have to adjust that through all of that stuff. So that's why it's kind of, you know, we got to go through and do all that stuff first. But then you'll be able to wear like a helmet, and it'll always have hair. You know.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be too difficult. I mean, I have all those lattices already set up, so maybe I could just pump it through that. To be honest with you,
you will, but then it'll still need some hand tweaking and adjustment at the end. Right?
Oh, definitely.
So yes, that'll do.
Even
it'll
though
get you probably 80, 70-80% the way there.
Yeah, even the lattices aren't like 100%, but it's like 80%.
Yeah.
I mean, it's honestly like more like 90 or 95 for the majority of the heads that are all like the humanoid ones. It's like the ogre and the dwarf that need the most, or the goblins or something.
Yeah, that's kind of saying for the like the weird head shapes. Yeah, I figured that.
But I mean, like,
I think
most everyone else just has like a human kind of head that's just a different size, pretty much. So, like it works pretty well.
I actually think it's cool you set those lattices up. I think that was a brilliant idea. So, I don't think I even would have thought of that.
Yeah, I like having all those all in one file, and I can just like annual them all together like that. It makes it easier to manage. It's just tedious, really.
Well, as soon as Blender lets you like execute like list commands, you can just be like, run executable list command, open file, you know, select X lattice, apply X lattice to model, open next file, select lattice, apply
I mean,
lattice.
you can already do that.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I mean, we were just doing that kind of stuff at my old job, actually. Just need the script to do it. Pretty much. I don't know how to script though.
That's what I'm saying. Is like
I bet ChatGPT could do it actually.
Ooh, now we're getting fancy. Oh, do we have to? Oh, no, we're not using We're not using Steam, so we wouldn't have to report that we were using ChatGPT.
Oh, do they make you report stuff? Because we.
Oh yeah. If you're posting, like, if you're gonna have your game like uploaded to Steam, you have to inform them if you use ChatGPT in any way, shape, or form, because they are very.
Well, I think. I mean, I'd have to ask. How far that goes? I guess. I think we already are then, because I think Sean has like used it to like brainstorm stuff for quest ideas or.
I think it needs to be in terms of like your actual game's production, not in terms of like any pre-production stuff. I don't think you don't have to announce that.
Oh,
but if you're using it for using any like voice lines or anything, like if it's reading off anything, or like you're using ChatGPT to generate any of your artwork or anything, any shit like that. But for like a like a document to make the game off of, you're like, hey, can you clean up my writing on the dialogue here or whatever? I don't think you need to do that, unless ChatGPT is straight up generating all of the dialogue, right? I think that's where you would have to like announce that you've used it. So. Deep Doors, Trevor Lawrence, like long hair, short hair. Yeah, that is actually a good question. Haven't thought about that. How would Deep Dwarves work with that shit? I think for reasons of me not caring. No, I think for reasons of like just simplifying everything. They're made of stone. If they have long or short hair, I don't really care.
I don't know
I don't think we really need to show that. They're made of stone. I think most players would forgive the fact that if we had like Deep Dwarves not show their hair, it would be fine. I don't think anybody would have.
I mean, I don't know if they'll have hair or anything at all. Like,
well,
I mean,
they
it would
show that they do have short rocks, long rocks. Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Well, I think you're actually right, but it's part of like their head or something, right? It's like, I mean, I guess it depends on.
Again, I think that's the thing, is like it would be a separate piece of geometry, right? That we would just turn off. And I think most players, if you're like, hey, they put a helmet on, their hair disappeared, you'd be like, they're made of stone. Like most players, like that's what I was saying, is like sometimes with these fantasy characters, right? Like characters are more forgiving on when they're have certain elements to them, because they're like, it's just a fantasy character, who cares? But as soon as you make it like very humanoid, right? Like it's elf or human or whatever, all of a sudden when it's missing, you're like, this is a problem, right? So I think there's like a
double standard.
We were never changed. There will always have beards, right? Yeah.
Hey, Gulu, how you doing, man?
Yeah, where's my stalactite hair?
I honestly think them requiring you to disclose you used AI to help just puts a target on the creator for people to hate on the product. I didn't even know that was a thing, honestly. So,
while I can see where you're coming from with that assessment, I also think it's more of right now there are not enough safeguards for the in place for these AIs, right? And Steam being the person, as much as you want to be like, hey, they bogart things and whatever, like whatever you feel about Steam. I mean, the main thing that they're trying to do is they're just trying to like make sure that there's some guardrails, which you can say that a lot of people aren't putting a lot of guardrails on AI, and there needs to be, So I think that's more, they're just trying to cover their ass, to be perfectly honest with you. But I mean, that's just my hot take on Steam with AI is, oh, dude, is he getting high? No.
I'm just trying to move the bottom of the eyes up a little bit so I have a little bit more space for like the eye bags and space
Oh,
between
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
mouth and that region. Just
Mhm.
kind of feeling a bit tight.
But yeah, getting back to like AI and that sort of stuff, I think they're just trying to be really safe with that, you know, because people are really not being responsible with AI, to be perfectly honest.
What? People not being responsible with new technology?
Yeah, but you think it's discriminatory? I mean, again, I feel like if you can't make the art for your games, or you can't write your own dialogue for your game, or you can't do any of that sort of stuff, that you're losing out on your chance to like learn, you know. So that's all I'd say about that. That's one of the reasons why, like, I don't think you have to report if you're like, hey, ChatGPT, can you write a little bit of this game document so I can get a better idea, like, what I want to do here? Like, I don't think you need to report that, right? That's pretty minor in terms of things. I don't think Steam would pull your game for that. But if you're like, hey, ChatGPT, create a bunch of models and textures and, like, all the environment stuff that are in my game, I think that's where they'll be like, nah. So that's one of those things. I think they'll tone that down. Again, there has to be some sort of like safeguard for that sort of stuff to keep, you know, slop out of the game store. You know, again, it's them being more safe than anything.
I don't know, man. They also have like a bunch of like X-rated games on there too, though. So
I mean, again, what does that matter? X-rated games, you can buy them or not. Like, that's one of the reasons why I don't think they care about that sort of stuff, right? But they would care if you're like, I'm going to make an X-rated game that's made by AI. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying, is like they're trying to protect from IP theft. They're trying to protect from, you know, like, again, just people being able to generate straight up slop out of their games. So, I mean, like, I understand where they're doing it. I appreciate them for doing it. As a creative. I mean, on my stream yesterday, I was kind of talking about like AI stuff, and it's like, you know, it would be fine if you generated an AI image and then any AI image that came up would have a QR code on it that would tell you where the artwork came from. You know, like, what model did you drag all that from? You know, like, you know, did they steal a bunch of, like, did they take Masamune Shiro's, like, his entire art portfolio and then, like, just plug and play that into their thing without paying him? You know? Oh, how about, you know, Ghibli? I don't think Studio Ghibli freaking was like, yeah, cool, take our art style so you could just start pumping out Ghibli art, right? Like, I don't think they're like, yeah, they didn't pay him for that. You know, if they paid him and then gave him an accredited, you know, like, every time you scan this image, it would tell you digitally that it's like, oh, this was created by Studio Ghibli's art and it's been paid for, right? Like, I think the minimum you could do is at least give accreditation to the artist, right? Like, that's one of those things. Like, if I did a fan art piece of, like, a really famous artist, you know, like, I'd at least accredit that person to that, because I'm basically using their art style to make a thing. I wouldn't, like, take their art and then go, yeah, check out my art style. You know how lambasted I'd get for that, right? Like, that's exactly what AI is doing. You'd be like, well, AI isn't copying it; it's generating its own image. I'm like, so would I, but I'm still using the art style, and I'm not giving credit to anybody for it. You know, I mean, even if you just wrote, "Hey, here's my character in the Disney art style," people would be like, "Okay, hey, cool. He duplicated a Disney art style. You know, good for him." But at least I gave Disney credit for the art style that they use for their stuff, you know. I don't think they specify if it's a minimal or a lot. I think there's certain areas, again, where it needs to be absolutely explicit that AI has been used. You know, again, I don't think, like I said, I think it needs to be like a visual issue. I think if you used AI to like debug a thing, you don't need to report it, right? I think it's very limited. The scope for what they're kind of looking for is very limited in terms of where you're using AI. Like I said, if you're using AI to like generate an entire like tree of text or, you know, like text responses or anything like that, totally I think you have to, like, again, it comes down to like, can you see the AI like interacting visually? Sure, but if you're using it like on your code or to check your work, I don't think you have to worry about that. I think it's more of like they're trying to like curtail the art part more than anything, from the sounds of it. Does tab autocomplete and VS qualify? No, see, that's what I'm saying. Is like I don't think that does qualify, right? I think they're more trying to protect from, again, stolen artwork images and, you know, garbage dialogue than, you know, somebody using AI to clean up their code. I think, and you could be like, that's such a double standard. Sure, yeah. I mean, welcome to planet Earth. There's double standards, unfortunately. But hey, I mean, I'm like, the thing is like if you're using AI to check your code, I'm pretty sure, like, nobody's gonna see that. You know, like AI is just gonna check your code and tell you if your code's bad or not. You know, or it's gonna try to write your code and it's gonna write bad code, and if you don't check it and double check it, it's gonna be bad code. So, but there's no real way to say like, oh yeah, that code was written by an AI. I mean, I don't think there's any like visual markers that tell that sort of stuff. So I think, again, like I said, I think the AI perspective is kind of more on art, animation, dialogue, you know, like written stuff, you know, that sort of deal, right? That's like forward facing in the game, not backward facing. I don't think it's specific enough. I mean, again, like you said, if they're being that harsh on it, tab completing in, you know, your VS code would be basically using AI. So, like I said, I think they're specifically, when they're calling out AI, are specifically looking at a specific, like, element of AI in gaming, right? Which is not having AI assistance in code. Because, again, it's not a forward-facing part of the game. It is a back-end part of the game which nobody sees. And nobody can really check to know if that's generated by AI or not, right? You can't really compare that. So, visually, though, you can visually see it. And again, like I said, that's why they're doing it. It's because they don't want somebody to come in and go, hey, that's my artwork that's in there, right? Like, they don't want Frank Frazetta's family to, like, all of a sudden pop up and go, hey, somebody made this Frank Frazetta, like, fighting game, and all the art has been generated from Frank Frazetta's artworks, right? Like, they don't want, like, Steam doesn't have to deal with that shit. Nobody's gonna know if your game is using John Carmack's code, right, from you know, like, another game where, like, you were able to, like, get a bunch of Carmack code, run it through an AI, make a new thing. Nobody's gonna know that shit. Unless it's got, like, specific, like, Carmack, like, side notes, right? For, like, hey, this is Boom, the game, right? It's not Doom, right? John Carmack? You've never heard of John Carmack?
I'd play Boom.
You play Boom?
I play Boom. It sounds like a good game.
Hey, I read this code to see if it's using Carmax code. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Doom. Yeah, there you go. Well, I said it with a B because that would be a rip-off version of Doom, right? Some engineer nerd decompiles it. Right? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like you never really have to worry about the code side of things, honestly. For like, oh, it generated this really good code base for me. I've never heard ever by anybody that's ever used an AI to generate code. My God, it got the code output in one go. When that happens, then we're all in trouble. But
Hey, it could happen.
Again, AI is great at data set management. That's what it's really good at. That's like its best function.
Look at them cheeks. Look at them booty cheeks. If you run into, like, do you run into bits of your meshes where, like I ran into on the toes, where okay, so I fixed that. That's better. But are you inevitably run into stuff like that where you can't really do anything about, right? Do you then, is the mentality to paint it in a way to, I guess, paint around that, or paint?
If I ever run into an issue where it literally cannot be solved with flipping the edges, right, then I will try to paint around it, yes. But 98% of the time, it's an edge flip issue. So
Okay.
That's about it.
I could definitely flip these edges.
Because if you're getting weird wobblies, I mean, the other issue being is I feel like your line's too low on his buttocks then, right? Like that's too low. It needs you should use your geometry as the actual where that line is. So wherever that crevasse is on that underside, it should be where you put that line. Yep, right in there. I just use that geo as like that's the line for his butt, right? And then what'll happen is that'll look great. You know what I mean? So from there, now all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay. You know, that looks pretty good. Now you might be able to like shimmy that out a little bit further, you know, like feather that out on the edge. But overall, yeah, I mean, like now all of a sudden, boom, there you go. Now you got a nice looking butt.
Yeah.
Boom. You like that's the one thing. Always use your geometry, right, as kind of like a guideline, right? Much like the template, right? When you're doing your painting, because the more you can use the geometry to your advantage, right, the better so like using the geometry and the angles that are there and the way that the tries are cut within the quads, right, like the directional angle that the tries get cut, will help you make better textures. That's kind of one of the things I've talked about in the past is using your model to make really good texture choices. But that also can inform you, like, ooh, maybe my model's wrong here too. You know,
Yeah.
like when you see that kind of happening, you're like, uh-oh, that's kind of screwing up, right? You're like,
Deep cake.
oh,
That's...
maybe my model isn't good, right? That should be your second question, right? So your first question is can I flip the angle to make it look right? You know, to make it look like a proper thing. And then if that doesn't work, right? The next question you have to ask is, well, is the way that I modeled this correct? Right? And if that, then your answer, you go, oh, I might need to adjust this, you know, and modify the model in some way, shape, or form. Oh, I need to give this more depth, or maybe the angle's too steep, or maybe the geometry is torqued incorrectly, right? Those are all questions you kind of have to ask yourself. So
Gotcha.
that's typically the process which I tackle those issues. And then if they're literally like, there's nothing else I can do, then I'll go in and go, okay, now I got to try to paint around it, because I've kind of burned every other, like, what would be a good way to explain, like, you know, avenue that I could, like,
Exhausted
you know,
all the
solve
options.
the issue that I'm. Yes, exactly. That's a perfect choice of words there.
Do the principal Skinner thing. We're like, no, did I model it wrong? No, it's the programs that are wrong.
It's all steamed hams.
Is it deep cake or is it steamed hams? It's a little of both, looks like. Girl, were you born in the deep? Cause you got got that cake cave. I'm gonna try that next time. Next time I gotta pick up some.
Don't do it. No, don't do it.
No context required.
Maybe at the M&M convention that we ever do in the future, maybe that you could put that on like a 10%. Be like, yeah, that'll work. M&M Con, yeah, dude. As I always say, as soon as somebody starts cosplaying your shit, your game has made it. You know, that's kind of how you know. All right, what time is it? 7:49.
7:40. Dude, we're almost 5 hours on this stream. I'm getting hungry. So, this guy's looking pretty good though for round 1.
Yeah, dude. Can you check out the? I feel like the lines on his face might be a little bit deep, just personally, but
The smile
like
bits.
the smile lines might be a little bit much, but
I would.
Austin would be a great place to have Eminem. Yeah, I hear about that, Defiant. I hear good things. I hear good things about the Austin Convention Center. Yeah, I think that'll be a spot where you'll have to like do some like, you know,
Finagling. Yeah.
You can make it. Yeah, you can make it like just. I think you can have them. I think they just need to be light, you know, to keep them young looking. That's better. Yeah, that feels better. Lighten up that upper lip.
I feel like the highlights to me are they're splotchy. I don't like his
well,
chin.
yeah, but you're gonna
have
you're gonna continue to tone things up, right? Like he's very dark right now, like in comparative to like what you need. That's kind of how all this starts, right? It starts dark. Again, you're pulling this character out of the shadows and then making sure your darkest shadows are where they need to be, right? And then you're like continue to add that value as you build things up, right? Like that's the whole idea. So yeah, he will look splotchy until you start like blending everything together with that higher degree of color, right? Because I don't think that I don't even think you have the highest highlight color in there yet, right? Like, have you 100'd out a value of everything yet? No, so that's why it looks splotchy. And then you still haven't put any in your like wrinkle lines. Yeah, exactly. See, that's where stuff needs to get, right? So you're still pretty damn dark right now. I think you're at about like maybe 20% of what it needs to be.
Yeah.
So, but again, this is a build-up process, right? Like this isn't like a going 100%, right? So now you're going to continue to build up those values and get like nicer highlights and start laying in your muscle. Like now you're going to start getting into like lines and muscles and that sort of stuff because now you've kind of got the tones where you want them. And then now you're going to continue to build that stuff up. You know what I mean? That'll be a big part of this process. So.
Okay. Trust the process. Trust the process.
Exactly. Because there will be a spot where you're like, oh, I want the highlight to be here. And just put in 100% highlight right there and then start diffusing that out from that point, right? And then you'll start getting like really a nice looking kind of thing. Like you've kind of built up where everything is now, and that's good. And now you're going to start like, okay, I want to have a highlight right here, like top of the knee or whatever, or like top of his belly or, you know, top of his pectorals or like on his shoulders, right? And just drop in 100% on that and start blending that out. Would you do a default gray or keep it light? You want to make him light, and then you're going to lerp him to dark gray. Because then you can have any body texture color applied, and it'll look correct. And then we'll make a specific Deep Gnome skin that'll look probably a little bit darker or whatever, and that's how that.
Yeah, when we put these in, I'm gonna throw the Caucasian human skin on them to create nightmare fuel for all of us, but also to make sure stuff's calibrated properly. And then we'll go and make.
Deep Gnome.
Yeah, I'll be sure to share those with everybody so we can all be equally horrified.
Together?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Trauma bonding. That's what we do here at the cult.
Welcome to Trauma Bond. Population, you. Now get to the choppers.
So I've been using the soft brush for this stage. But eventually I want to go over to the our standard texture one for details. What is that what you did, and at what point do you switch over?
I mean, you can switch over at any time. I think it's more of just like whatever you're comfortable with, and to that point. I think for the big details, though, the soft brush is good. And now when you start getting smaller details, now you start using a smaller brush, that's when this detail brush actually works. Because when it's really, really big, it's just like gnarly, weird splotches, which just does not work, right? Like it doesn't, the brush doesn't function with big swipes, right? But now when you start getting to a smaller set of details, that's when that brush kind of shines. So that's kind of where I'd use it when you're starting getting to like smaller detail stuff, like medium to small detail. That's when you can start using your detail brush to like start adding in more like randomness to the texture. Yeah, now that you kind of got everything laid out, and I'd still start getting into where are my highlights hitting, and start laying that out, right? Because now you've kind of like laid out like, hey, there's an elbow here. Hey, there's some musculature here, right? Now you start going in and go, where are my highest highlights hitting, right? And start painting those in, and then start blending and working that in, you know? And then you'll start going in with, and again, I would do it pretty, you know, like as you're kind of going around, right?
I mean, this I just dabbed it in at 29% opacity.
I mean, I would probably do a hundo. Like, if you're gonna dab it like how you're doing that, I'd just do 100%, whatever you want that to be. I mean, granted, it depends on like where you want the highest highlight point. So
I mean, these are
that
seems really strong, but maybe it's just because I'm comparing it to the grays around it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, this is your highest. That is, remember, your highest highlight is exactly what that is, right? It is your highest highlight. So where is that? Like I said, you're gonna blend some of this out too, right? But like, where are those points of high highlight? And then you'll kind of work those in, you know. So if you were happy with that, like 50%, do it at 50%, but know that you're going to do another pass on that then with that highest highlight in, right? I guess for me, I normally just like blend it in, you know? So it really just depends on like.
I guess I was thinking that like I could do it like this and then do a levels adjust or something, but then that's not, I guess that's not accurate either though. So
no, you have to go through and do a couple of passes with this. So that's just how that works. Again, unless you push the higher highlight more, right? Like, and start blend, you know, like you have to start painting with that highest highlight, then sure. But again, like it just depends on like I said, this would be good now if you started blending that in. So now go back to like a 50% brush and start painting around and stuff, then you'd be fine, right? And then you're starting to, you know, like work around those details. So,
okay,
right? Like just start with his pecs right now and do like a 50% and now just start painting around his pecs or whatever, or his belly or wherever you feel like really comfortable with, and like just start working that highlight out, right? Because it doesn't have to be the highest of highlights like throughout his entire stomach, but like, yeah, you're going to start painting that, you know, that higher amount in.
boy. Kind of a different, I don't know, it feels different.
Where is your, what brushes? Can I look at your brush panel? It's weird, you don't have your brush panel just shown with your other stuff too. It's like brushes, color panel, strips, and all the options and stuff.
Just using the softest soft brush right now.
Man, your 50% feels not right to me.
Yeah, that's why this
feels
doesn't...
like it's been like way higher than 50%. I wonder if it's your brush pressure on your tablet is too high. Because it seems like it's laying down like a lot of color more than actually blending. Like it's just like dropping 100% color, even though it's at 50%, which means it's a pressure issue on your tablet, and not really like in the thing. So it might be under your Huion issue, like settings more.
I think
than
it's
anything.
it's
You know,
doing
like,
it.
Good God.
It's just, I feel like what's bothering me is this doesn't even feel like it's representative of that icon. Like the fall off is just too strong. But maybe
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's applying way too. Oh, you know what? Because it's set to fucking your mouse key. It's set to mouse. Set it to so set your opacity instead of being on mouse to brush and see if that changes anything. Because now you're on a tablet. You know, you used to be on something else. It'd be on opacity.
I did it.
Yep, there you go. And see if that feels any different.
Okay. Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
It feels like the amount of pressure that was getting laid down is much more, more like, because it's set to, it is set to mouse, and which means it just drops 100% no matter what. So like when you set it to pen, it should actually like blend out properly, which probably will feel a little bit better for that sort of stuff.
Okay. See if I can maintain the fucking shape.
I mean, even again, like having the 90% right now, like you've already kind of toned it down a little bit. So, you know, like now just keep highlighting it up and you should be good. And then right at the end, drop in your highlight wherever you kind of like paint that in and you should be fine, you know? So, because like now you've got a 90%, it's not 100, and that should be good enough for you to like continue painting in your skin
Yeah.
tones and stuff.
I'm just.
And again, now's kind of the time when I'd switch my brush over to from being on the soft round, because now it's small enough where you're getting to like get into the detail shit.
Trauma Bond is a good city name. Which city would that be? And again, a big part of this is going to be finding your process, right? Like, you know, that's going to be the challenging part, because we're all trying to like homogenize our art styles, and like I can kind of talk to you about how I do things, or this is kind of like the way that I do things, but like again, you might find a different way, you know, that fits best for you, you know. Yeah. I'll try this for a while. It's immediately more. I feel a little more frustrated, to be honest. But it's maybe it's just
again, it's a new way of doing things compared to how you do it, right? Like I just do things differently. That's the hard part, right? Like you trying to figure out how I do things is going to be frustrating, right? Because like I do them my way, right, to get my results. But like I'm also able to target our art style and kind of like build on that, right? Because I've adjusted how I've kind of done things too, like how I would make a character here, and then how I would have done a character in, like, let's say Wizard 101 is like two completely different ways, right? But I've kind of like adjusted my art style to do it this way.
yeah.
But I've had to adapt, right? That's like a big part of it, is like having to adapt things that I'm comfortable with also doing it, you know, how it needs to get done, right? Oh, did I lose my belt loop that was over here? Oh, that's unfortunate.
All right. We're past the 5-hour mark. Man.
Nice.
Oh, I've had these Pop-Tarts sitting here the whole time. I was like, maybe I'll eat these sometime. Now I'm like really eyeballing them.
Damn Pop-Tarts, you sexy.
Yeah. Look at that! Look at them blueberry pop tarts.
Yeah, man. Well, again, if you want to sit down and do like a little like painting demo or something, I'm happy to like sit down and do that too. Like if you're getting like, hey, I'm not getting it, like it's not clicking for me. Maybe I can you can just kind of watch as I do stuff. But
Yeah, I think I'm getting kind of somewhere with this. So I just need to I need more time to digest and try. So
yeah, yeah. I mean, again, I think it's for the time spent on it right now, it's getting to be around where typically where my stuff is, right? For this amount of time. So don't feel too discouraged or be upset. I think you're hitting a new stride, right? And so I think it's coming along personally.
Thanks. Yeah. Cool, man. You're not going to stream? You're doing your
yeah, I'm going to be doing D&D in about an hour and a half. So there won't be any announcements. So if y'all want to it got posted earlier, but it's at Bat All Day. It's about an hour and a half, so around again 9:30 Eastern, I think is when we typically start.
Streaming it?
Yeah, we'll be streaming.
That's cool.
On that'll be the channel that streams on.
Yeah.
Nice. Just because he has all the setup and everything, so I don't stream it or anything like that. I don't know if you can stream link it or something.
You can set up your stream thing to broadcast his thing when you're offline. Yeah, that's when it's been a thing forever. You can when you're offline, if one of your friends is streaming, you can allow them to rebroadcast it through your thing. I don't know if that will trigger the bot, although it doesn't matter for you because you do it manually anyway. So
I could just put yeah, I could look at that. Maybe I could even link up and just say we could tandem stream or whatever, and then yeah. I'm not exactly sure how to do that though, but we can look at it.
I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's in your settings somewhere. I'm sure you could 100% find a YouTube video on. I don't remember what it's called though, so I don't know what word you look for. Maybe someone in chat knows. Or you can ask Chat GPT. Ooh. What was the question? What question? Oh, the question? Yeah, if Zach wants to rebroadcast someone else's stream while he's offline, isn't there a setting in your account settings that you can designate this account is my friend's thing or whatever? Anytime they're streaming and I'm offline, just automatically rebroadcast. I don't remember what that's called though, but
oh, suggested streamers. Nice. Thank you, Wicca. Appreciate that. I might go and check that out on my doodly-doo and then see if
you can add up to 10 people. Nice. How does it? I wonder how it handles when multiple people are streaming at the same time. Maybe it's just you put it in.
It's only probably when you're not streaming would be my assumption, and then
Right, but if you have like 5 people on your suggested list, and
probably priority list.
yeah.
So whoever's first gets first. Second is second, yada yada, down the line, right? Is that just under the settings or whatever?
You probably have to go to your
Channel, yeah, and then probably under your dashboard button. Dashboard, probably.
It's in the dashboard somewhere, no doubt.
I'm guessing that's where it's at. I probably should just look it up on the internet. I can just look it up on the internet. Don't worry. How about that? I've got Google and suggested streamers to Twitch. Boom. Channel and featured content. Under suggested channels. Is there a search option, or do I have to just find it myself? Channel and then featured content and then suggested channels. Suggest channels. Suggest channels. There we go. Add. There we go. And then how about add this one? There we go. And how about Zukan sculpts? Add that one. And then how about robot?
Second on your list? Wow.
Add. There we go. What's going to throw on there? Shit. I think it's good for now. All right, there we go. Also, thank you, Wicca. To make me think of the robot from Don't Starve. Nice.
Hmm. I think I'm getting kind of cranky. I'm getting hangry.
Well, then it's time to call it.
Yeah.
Time to hang it up, friend.
I'm gonna save this as version 2 in case I wanna.
There you go. It's a way to do it. Like I said, I think it's starting to get there.
I think it's pretty good. Pretty damn good actually. First round for me there. So we'll just keep chipping away. I'll try and get the female UVs sorted as well, and we can start on her. Maybe I'll get like both of them to like a rough draft thing, and I don't know. We'll play it by ear. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me, gang. Thanks for everybody for hanging out. Anybody who hung out this entire damn stream. This is a long one. Pretty long, anyway.
You did good, kid.
Is it a Baron type of event? Baron type of... Oh, you know what? Maybe. It's either that or I'll have to order something because I'm out of stuff. So I need to go, I'll have to go get more. But that's probably good because I can go to like the grocery outlet and I can get like a 3-pack for like $12 or something, which is pretty good. And I can also, they're the only grocery store that sells the right chocolate milk. So usually what I do is I go and get a 3-pack of Red Barons and some chocolate milk, and that's what I live off of because I'm a fucking animal. So that's what I meant to. But anyway, I'm gonna hit the old button here, gang. And I think it'll let me continue to talk over the credits here. I also need to update the credits. I freaking forgot to do that. But a whole bunch of you subscribed and stuff this stream anyway, so I would have had to update it either way. So cool, man. Hey, thanks for your help, Zach. I appreciate it.
Not a problem, friend. Anytime. Never be bashful about just being like, hey, get in here and help me with this. So
for sure.
All right. Thanks for swinging by the Zukan stream, everybody. Glad we got to hang out together.
Yeah, you guys have a good night. And if you're interested in that D&D thing, on Zach's stream, sounds like there might be a thing, or maybe I'll post it again in chat real quick.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, Battle Days gonna be streaming probably the next. Again, I'll double check it. If it doesn't happen, I apologize, but I'm pretty sure it is. I didn't see